Okay. Let's see if this works. Because that before did not work. What does this do? Oh, right. Okay, I remember this. Okay, my stream seems to be working now. That's so cool. It wasn't working before, so I had to restart it. Alright, Big Eye from Solomon. If you haven't seen the intro, I'll probably be posting it in a separate video because of the issues regarding both sides of it. I think that makes sense. But this is the first duel of the tournament. And it looks like Solomon is just overwhelming him. Or sorry, Merrick is overwhelming Solomon with cards. This is Makura, of course, classic card. Now, Solomon is one away. He could easily win this. If he doesn't get destroyed this turn. So it basically comes down to a Jar of Greed. Which he's not going to activate, it seems. Yeah, okay. He probably wouldn't have drawn it anyway. That was a quick and easy victory against the literal top-ranked duelist. Second. Why right now, man? Oh, I literally just started. What the hell? You hear that? Oh my, it could have been any other time throughout the entire day, man. Okay. We're running Duel 2. Oh, I'm fine. I'm not tilted. Swords is gonna reveal the set. It is a Geroid. Flips the Geroid into attack. Interesting. There's a piece. Sets the Sengen, then Dark Holes to get the Sengen off and get rid of the Geroid. That, of course, searches Exodia. I assume Monster Reborn on the Sengen. Yep, naturally. And that's a really, really good starting setup for Solomon. Merrick has a ton of back row. Graceful Charity into more Exodia pieces. Gets rid of the MST. Because he kind of had to. MST on the set card. It was a trap hole. That Mystic Tomato could win you the duel if there's no removal to get rid of it. Cylinder doesn't really do much in this scenario, so that's fine. New Doria gets a buff, takes out the Tomato. Tomato, of course, searches Sengen. Now, the strategy here is to get Sengens out in the same turn. What Solomon should be doing is crashing one of them. That is another tomato. Yeah. He will be getting the Sangans out. He will be doing both Sangans to prevent the search. Holding arms cannot beat over the tomato. And that witch will win him the duel. Oh. That still should be it. I really can't think a way Merrick can win. Yeah. Yeah, that's game. So two kind of blowouts if you think about it. One for Merrick, one for Solomon. Okay. Now, can the King of Games defeat Yami Merrick, the holder of Slifer the Sky Dragon? That's a good hand. That's a very, very good hand. Into the tomato. Ideally, you find some way of removal to get through that. The Solemn is very interesting there. That could cost Solomon when Merrick has so many burn cards, including Black Pendant, which will go off now. The field is wide open, though. The life point difference is very clear. He didn't summon a witch, which is interesting. I think he wants to see if he can win by life points, if he can get Merrick to brick, and then fall on Exodia as a backup strategy. Into the Nudoria crashes, and then destroys the tomato. That's huge for Merrick. It gets rid of the tomato's ability to search for a Sangan. And then looks like Solomon still wants to see if Merrick can brick and try to win the life points way. Into the Jurigato. On the Boganian. Now, he should have summoned that earlier and got 1,300 more points off. Considering, you know, no one knows what can happen next turn. You could get Dark Hold. What was the point of not summoning it beforehand? Mystical Plasma Zone to buff the Witch and try to go for both victory conditions, really. However, Mystic Plasma Zone is going to end up buffing a lot of Merrick's monsters as well, like Gilgarth. Which is an interesting choice to summon. I guess it's just for the sheer amount. The sheer bigness of the number. This Boganian will win Merrick the duel. If there's no out for it right now. That's not an out for it. Merrick wins against the King of Games 2-1. Now, I will say, I'm going to test him on these two. Solomon won. I won. I ran a duel in the stream that didn't work. Merrick won. It's a 3-2 match. They're pretty evenly matched. Yami Merrick does, however, I almost wrote 3-2, I meant 2-1. Yami Merrick takes out the King of Games. So the tournament's not off to a great start for Pegasus and friends. We will then go on to Mahad against Yami Bakura. Now, I've said this on the stream that did not make it, but a lot of the OCG stuff was basically made up their decks in the previous tournament because those are cards we're not really gonna see. You know, they get skipped over. And so it made sense to me that they would all be like relics of the past. I'm keeping Yami Bakura named Yami Bakura instead of like Thief King Bakura. I think it's more fitting. And also there is a little more to it. I mean, you know. If you know, you know. But yeah, this is Mahad. He runs Dark Magician Knight against Yami Bakura, who runs, you know... Does he have his, like, Destiny board deck? I'm not sure. I don't remember. It's been so long since I made these decks. No, A forces and 2 fusion swords. That's interesting. So, it's like a warrior spellcaster deck because it's based around Dark Magician Knight. So all the cards like synergize with warriors or spellcasters. So that's what these 800 attack warrior cards are for. This is now a huge monster hunter with 7 weapons. Over the Headless Knight. I guess Bakura's deck can just be described as like a fiend deck. This is a mysterious card. This is a spellcaster that places a with a warrior on the field, something on top of the deck. It's interesting. It's interesting. Place the first target on deck. Oh, that's the cylinder kill. Okay, okay. We don't get to see everything from Mahad's deck. Yami Bakura won that very easily. I wasn't even done explaining things. Pot of Greed. That lets him draw 2 cards. This is a little bit of a bricky hand. A forces is always nice, though. There's the Destiny board. Okay. Banishes the card into Earl of Demise, and then for some reason reborns the Earthbound Spirit in attack mode. This is target 1 warrior spellcaster monster on the field, change that target to face down defense position. So it basically lets you activate flip effects again, is mostly the gimmick there. And then this is that one again that places a card on top of the deck and puts the other in the hand if there's a warrior. Doesn't matter because of Earl of Demise. But putting Earl of Demise on top of the deck is actually huge. That card's pretty good. He does have a Frontier Wiseman, which is negate any spell effects that target a warrior type monster you control. It's a spellcaster, so he can't Lightning Blade that. But it is one of those synergy cards. Dark Hole will take out the Wiseman, and not really a way to beat Bakura here. Unless you draw removal. Marauding Captain is a great card, but that will not do it. It's not lethal and it doesn't destroy a trap. Bakura takes it 2-0. With the Destiny board win. Now, one alt-win condition deck did not move on, but this one will. Opposite of how it went at Duelist Kingdom. which means next duel, next round is Yami Merrick versus Yami Bakura. Not intentional, very interesting. Next up is Merrick Ishtar, the real one, against Kareem. He has improved his deck a lot from the last tournament, and all of the old duelists have buffed their decks a lot. Naturally, considering their decks were like OCG beginnings decks, you know, they kind of had to. Pegasus helped them with that, of course. And so far, the God Acquisition Squad is 0 for 2. Now, this duel, one of them is going to win either way because both are part of it. Merrick's deck has a lot of the same monsters that he did in the previous tournament, but with some key differences. One of them being this extra deck here. You'll see. He did extremely well in that tournament. He won a God card, which he's not even able to use for himself. Taking out Mass Sorcerer with the Revival Jam. He has a deck based around Revival Jam. He has the Humanoid Worm Drake, which he did have in the last duel. That was his boss monster in the last tournament. Was the Humanoid Worm Drake. I actually have all the deck lists from that tournament uploaded, so if you ever want to see them, they're on my YGO Pro deck. Robin Goblin, that will rip cards. Secret of the Bandit also rips cards, taking out the Humanoid Slime, not getting that fusion, and the Serpentine Princess, which, interesting card, the Serpentine Princess. If this face-up card is shuffled through in the field into your decks, but, like, when does this ever happen? That's good stats. It's good stats. Revival Jam comes back. Card of Safe Return activates. Card of Safe Return is so strong. I do not think he had that in the last tournament. I think that is a new card. He did have Metal Reflect Slime. He had one copy. It was extremely strong. And I mean, he's showing why he's so good right now. As you can see, Kareem runs a mill deck. It's not quite as strong as Trudge's mill deck. Trudge has the ultimate mill deck. But he has like a piercing sort of mill deck, I guess. That also involves making your opponent draw. A lot of their decks in the previous tournament didn't have a lot of form or function, and they've sort of developed into having that now. Now that they've been given so many cards to choose from Pegasus, and opportunities to improve. Getting used to using cards instead of stone tablets, I guess. He does have the Metal Reflect Slime. Ooh, the fusion is almost there. If he gets a Worm Drake, he's got it. Or even a Beast King. Naturally uses the Spear Dragon combo, gets rid of the other Revival Jam. White Magical Hat is going to be Metal Reflect Slimed. Pretty important to prevent a card from being ripped. Not a very good draw in the slightest. Holly. Does he know? Whatever. This is his new boss monster, the Egyptian God Slime. Apparently, when he came back, Yami Merrick had whereas Merrick had the Egyptian God Slime. And I mean, you could have special summoned it, but I guess you wanted to fusion it for some reason? I don't know. It was in fact outed by Offerings to the Doomed. And then Time Seal skipped the draw phase. Revival Jam will come back. But now both draw phases are going to be skipped, which of course benefits Kareem a lot more than it benefits Merrick. Considering, look at Kareem's board. Kareem's draw phase is not skipped. Sorry, I was wrong. Interesting choice to be attacking with White Magical Hat. I guess that's because you wanted the life points damage? No, because you're not even attacking with Bistro Butcher. That's strange. Very strange. Time Seal to get rid of the creature swap. Could have creature swapped away the Revival Jam. That wouldn't have done a ton. Tribute gets rid of the Revival Jam. Kareem goes in. And wins the duel. So yeah, the Kareem's deck is basically all about card advantage, right? It's all about drawing cards, ripping cards from your opponent, that kind of thing. And he does have the Spear Dragon rip a card combo, which is nice. Merrick starts with a Pot of Greed, which is pretty huge. Sets the Humanoid Slime. Yeah, he has sort of like a water deck going on with the Humanoid Slime, Aqua Spirit. And other things. Ooh, the Spear Dragon combo does not work, but he does get rid of the Mirror Force with the MST. That's pretty big. But being able to negate that Spear Dragon combo, that's... Ooh, that was a really, really bad rip for him. He goes in full attack mode with those Humanoid Slimes. Interesting choice. Yeah, in the previous tournament, Merrick had a slime-based deck where basically all his cards were that rips both Aqua Spirits. That's rough. That's really, really rough for Merrick. But yeah, the deal was last time he had a slime-based deck, it had like Frog the Jam and Gruesome Goo and stuff like that, and it, you know, he did pretty well. Humanoid Worm Drake helped. Graceful is going to let him search 3 cards for one of the best. I guess that's good enough. Interesting. Yeah, I figured. At least those don't go off. He now needs to out the Spear Dragon. He did so well on the last tournament. He better not get out here. Okay. That will take away your draw phase. You can't do anything against this. But you do get to put the Spear Dragon in attack. Heart of Sanctity is very interesting. He will not do it yet, it seems. What is this card? Jam Defender. Not great. Sinister Serpent is pretty good. There was no reason to set it there, but it's pretty good. Okay, maybe there was a reason to set it. Oh no, it's Parshath with the card rip. Well, that'll take out the Card of Sanctity. What was the point of the card rip when you had Robin Goblin? And doesn't Parshath do that by default? Yes. You had 3 card rips there when you only needed 1. So yeah, this is what the deck is based around. Card of Safe Return is pretty big if you can get it off. Do not set... Okay. That Serpent's gone. And will be taking the damage, so it's probably for the best that it's gone. You look, they're not playing optimally, okay? Oh, he has a Kaiku. This deck is kind of crazy. Kareem's deck is kind of crazy. Wait, the Serpent comes back again? Um, during your opponent's next end phase. I don't know, I feel like that should have been banished, but maybe I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that rips a card. There's no card to rip. You have to stop setting monsters that you don't have to. Merrick, you're doing this to yourself. Draw phase is skipped. Do not set that Sinister Serpent. Why isn't it being banished? Why'd you put that in attack mode? Are you crazy? Why'd you set that? Am I missing some? Whatever. Kareem destroys him. Merrick loses. After his extremely strong performance in the last tournament, seems like he just couldn't stack up to the real decks. I mean, his modern sensibilities, which were not great for his time, were amazing in Ancient Egypt. He comes back, he buffs his deck. It seems like he's still not great, at least not compared to the greats of Ancient Egypt at full power. Next up, the second place of the tournament, Mayumi against Chada. Mayumi with her gadget deck. Was invited to the God Acquisition Squad. Also, the God Killers? Is that a good name for them? Because they're the player killers? The God Killers? Mayumi was invited to become a member of the God Killers due to her second place placement in Duelist Kingdom, making her one of the highest ranked duelists in the world right now. She's currently the number 9 ranked duelist, but second in the tournament and one of the prize winners, the money winner. She of course gave her money to Serenity for her operation, as she has become very close to Joey and Serenity in that entire friend group. Monsters cannot attack face-down monsters this turn. Oh yeah, this deck is all about changing things to face down, basically. It's like sort of like a proto Pac-Man deck. Yeah, it's a Pac-Man deck. Okay. Horribly misplayed, mind you. But you're against Mayumi, so there's not much you can do anyway. Mayumi is very strong. She has proven her worth time and again. She runs the Magnet Wars, she buffs them like crazy, and she wins. It's a very strong strategy, and has served her very well. And you can see how. Yeah, this card's not great. Cobra Man and Sakuzi. It's, I guess the only reason he runs it is because it can be flipped into face-down defense position. And then you can activate it again. Kind of trash card. That's all the Magnet Warriors into the kill. Beautiful. Mayumi showing why she got second, and showing that she could possibly stand up to Yami Merrick. That's what it's all about, is standing up to Yami Merrick. These both God Killers, which is what I'm going to call them. I've decided I like it. Both God Killers. Interesting discards getting rid of the MST and Fairy Bucks. You'd think she'd want to keep those. Fairy Bucks, a card she started running because of Joey. I believe she started running Megamorph because of Tristan, when she got closer to Tristan as well. You know, that friend group basically giving each other deck building tips and cards in common. Getting rid of those scarabs is huge. That will take out the Headhuntress. Gaia Power gives her the buff. And Pac-Man can't do anything when it's overpowered like this. Yeah, Shada is not able to do much. There's Valkyrian. You can see this got added to her deck. No reason to activate the premature burial when you could just go for the kill. She's good. What can I say? She's great. That's a easy 2-0 for Mayumi against Shada's Kakuno deck. Next up, Diesel Kane against Princess Anzu. Princess Anzu regaining her memories. Formerly known as Yamitea. Let's do Diesel Kane bottom. And Yamitea top. Sorry, her name is no longer Yamitea. That's my bad. I meant, is it under Anzu? Princess Anzu. Yes. Better. Snatch Steal on the Hysteric Fairy just to do a ton of damage. Anzu is able to Mirror Force that. And gets rid of the Snatch Steal to get her monster back before doing it. That's beautiful. That was great. I loved that. Fissure will take out the Hysteric Fairy, but it was a great sequence of events. Now, whatever Anzu gets on the board will be Soul Exchange, but she will get a free shot. It's a Fire Princess. Naturally, Soul Exchange for the King of Yamamakai. The set was interesting. I would have not done that. I guess it worked out. You got a weird number of damage off. And that's a strong board for Diesel. It's gonna be tough to out. I know Anzu does have cards to out this board, but it's gonna be tough. Yeah, that whatever that is not going to do it. I guarantee you. Which, okay, with her choice of card, Hysteric Fairy, that makes sense. That can at the very least crash with Lajen, thus buying her a return. Actually, no, it can't because of the Solemn. The Judgment guarantees this being over, really. And the Tomato, yeah. Nothing she can do. She set the Hysteric Fairy because, yeah. Yeah, she was done either way. Alright, Diesel Kane takes duel 1. Ooh, he did draw his boss monster to start out with, and a soul exchange. That's gonna be rough. That could very well lead to a Trihorn Dragon on the field. This turn, even. That better be a trap hole. Does Taya run trap hole? I don't know. And by Taya, I mean Anzu. That is a forgiving maiden, and it is not a trap hole. It could be a mirror force. Stim pack for the Trihorn. Not very necessary, but he's doing it. Oh, that's interesting. Pesatai. Kisaitai? I don't know. Kisaitai? Solemn Wishes. So it's very much life point gain. It's a life point gain burn deck. A reverse burn, I believe it's called. It's a reverse burn deck. I mean, you can see this is Pure Mermaid. More ways for her to gain life points, basically. Judgment on the Reborn. 4,000 life points to make her not get a Lajin. I mean, Anzu is heading the life point gain, clearly. Especially when she's getting so much from Trihorn Dragon every turn. Waboku will protect her. Her strategy seems to be working for now. That fissure is a little brutal. Not that necessary, though. Okay. The life points is working. There's just no burn to go with it right now. Trihorn Dragon is depreciating each turn, but that doesn't seem to matter. It's not fast enough to matter. It'll be back to original stats soon. And she's got nothing. And Easel Kane summons another Trihorn Dragon, one with better stats, and it wins him the duel. Was that one duel or two duels? The King of Yamamakai duel, Diesel also won. Okay. Diesel Kane wins 2-0. There's a reason he's the number 4 seed of the tournament. He is very strong. Next up, Shoddy Shin versus Maximilian Pegasus. Pegasus, the organizer of the tournament and the creation of the modern duel monsters. Shoddy Shin, holder of a Millennium item, formerly 2. The keeper of the Millennium items. That clearly didn't go very well. Considering some people who should not have Millennium items have them, and that's how the Dark Spirits came out, like Yami Pegasus and Yami Merrick. And Yami Kane. It's Shoddy against Pegasus. That'll be interesting, actually. We haven't seen Pegasus duel a lot. He didn't do amazing in Duelist Kingdom. And that's the only tournament he's been in. Oh, he does get the Toon World. That's a removal heavy hand. Oh, Magic Drain. That's a good card. I love that card. Magic Drain drops the Tribute to the Doomed to take control of the Goblin Attack Force. Tribute to the Doomed to get rid of the Goblin Attack Force. Why did you steal it then? It's interesting. Toon Mask is a very interesting card. If you control Toon World, target one face-up monster your controls, target one level whose level is less than or equal, ignoring its summoning conditions, making you able to summon Toon Goblin Attack Force. Pot of Greed is pretty big. Shoddy's boss monster, Summon Skull, now in hand. That is every single Toon Goblin attack force. They were not used very well, mind you. There is the Gemini Elf. That's a better monster for him, but it gets bottomless. That's a huge blow. He will be able to now tribute for the Summon Skull without doing the brain control trick to do it. And Pegasus is in trouble. Nothing new. I mean, the tunes are exclusive cards. Only really Pegasus has them. He designed them for himself. He's still not doing great. I take it all back. That was so clutch by Pegasus, that Mirror Force. He has a chance to take it all back now. Ooh, 2 Toon Mass Sorcerers. Those will be able to hit and draw 2 cards. Never mind, they are going to be Dark Hold. For some reason, wastes a brain control before doing so. Instead of, attacking them into each other. Using the Dark Hole. Look, shoddy strategies aren't all there. Summons the Ancient Elf into the Toon Cannon Soldier. Actually connects. That better be a good trap. That better be a Toon Mask. Toon Mask could save you here. It's not Toon Mask. He needs to draw into something now. Any monster that can beat over an Ancient Elf. This works. Toon Table of Contents is huge right now. He basically gets to choose whatever card he wants. As long as it's got Toon in the name. Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. Excuse me? If you got the Gemini, what the Gemini? Okay, Pegasus doesn't know how to play his own game. That's a problem he has. He doesn't know how to play his game. He searched for the Toon Dragon instead of the card that could have won him the duel. So Shoddy takes duel 1 due to Pegasus's incompetence. Classic. Pegasus's deck is so buffed, too, with all these cards that were normally not out. His attempt to buff his own deck was not working. It was close, but he just didn't have the skill. Magic Drain, of course he's gonna discard for that. He discards the Reborn? That's kind of crazy. Takes out the Toon Mass Sorcerer. Fissure takes out the Man-Eating Treasure Chest. Premature Burial brings back the Mass Sorcerer. He is not able to attack this turn. It will be taken out unless his back row can deal with it. It cannot. So, not really a great play to revive that Pegasus. He's got nothing. He needs to draw into Mirror Force here. Otherwise, Shoddy's moving on. Oh no, don't do it. Don't grab the dragon, please. The dragon won't do you any good here, Pegasus. Pegasus, please. Aww. Oh, it hurts. That's brutal. Why does he do that? Why does he only search for the dragon? That's game. Okay. So, inventor of the game, huh? Leader of the god killers, huh? Like you're gonna kill a god like that. Whatever. Shoddy's also a god killer. It's fine. He's not known for his dueling skills. He's known for his money and card game. Okay. Next up. Hold on, I have messages. Hold on. Okay. It was not a very important message, but I read it nonetheless. Next up, we have Miho against Abydos III. Now, Abydos III was undefeated until playing in this tournament. The Millennium Dawn. Millennium Dawn. He was undefeated until then, where he received his first loss in history ever. Now he's up against one of the best duelists in the league. He is seed number 28 because he did terribly. I believe he lost both duels, but I could be wrong. Sounds right that he lost both duels. It looks like Miho also picked up a copy of Magic Train. The discard will be 1000 energy. Gold Sark on the first sarcophagus, which is what his deck is centered around. Looks like he still has some of those OCG cards with Fiend's Hand, considering his deck is based around these level 2 zombies. He gets the first sarcophagus into the second sarcophagus. Gold Sark searching for another first sarcophagus as we speak. And Miho just loads up her field. It is not looking close. There's the third sarcophagus into the boss monster. This summons the two Fiend's Hands. The boss monster, Spirit of the Pharaoh. Now this is granted, it's a monster with good stats. It's getting Darkhold. And a Pot of Greed. What a hand for Miho. There's a reason she's one of the best. That Pharaoh's Servant is the other card there. Getting another second sarcophagus. Trying to re-summon the boss monster. That was an awful play. This guy is not very good at this. Okay. The swords will protect her life points. She's not even playing it. She feels she doesn't need it, even with the boss monster coming out. Fills his entire board with monsters. Draws two. Puts everything in attack mode. And Waboku. Does he have any back row to deal with this? Yes, he does. Let's see what he can do. Not using Yami because Mystical Elf does not benefit from it. Actually, doesn't it? Spellcaster? Yeah, it does. Why don't you use Yami? I guess This is probably... No. Why didn't you use Yami? Okay, whatever. That Mirror Force is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Unless Abydos can find a way to get rid of it. Magician's Valkyria. And there's the Yami. Magic Jammer will disable it. Meaning Mystical Elf cannot get over anything. However, Magician's Valkyria can. And will. Old Sark searches for Wasteland, his field spell. Try to get an edge. That won't work with the Mirror Force. Ooh, and a Dark Magician. However, dispelling that Yami did save you here. That did save your boss monster until the Mirror Force happens. Elpgos isn't doing that bad, all things considered. He's holding his own against one of the best duelists in the league. Everyone deserves to be here in their own way. Gets the field spell, is able to hit over the Dark Magician now. However, flipping everything on your field was bad play, man. That better be a really good set card. Knowing you, it's probably not. That better be a Mirror Force. It's not. Good duel. Good duel. Abydos held his own for a while there. I'm impressed with him. Considering how extremely weak his monsters are. Very impressive. It's a good hand. Can't argue with that hand. He will search, I assume, the first Sark. Oh, is that 1,000 energy? Oh. Discard second Sark to get rid of the Neo. Shadow spell on Pharaonic Protector is a little crazy. That's not necessary. Then again, she does know this is kind of all the trash that he has in his deck. Like, he has one monster, and those both deal with it just fine. What is this one? Nightmare Horse. Right. I love that that card says even if there's a monster on your opponent's side of the field. You use your 1,000 energy on this? On the Magician's Valkyria crash? Really? Way less of a good duel. Naturally, Miho 2-0s him. Alright, next up. One of the Egyptian god card holders. Priest Seto. Against. I'm not making this up, this is seeded this way. Atem. That's right. What a duel. What a duel! And this will be your first look at Atem's deck since the other tournament was lost to time. Priest Seto, the holder of the Winged Dragon of Ra, formerly known as Yami Seto, against Atem, one of the pharaohs. The Pharaoh Atem. searches the Blackluster Soldier. Both of these decks feature Blackluster Soldier, fun fact. Fusion Gate into the BLS. Sorry, not Fusion Gate. Fusion Gate's here. Blackluster Ritual into the BLS. It does get negated by Seto's negate attack. There's a Beast King, which is interesting. Especially since this is going to get negated again. Also interesting to set the Lajin instead of attacking with it. Oh! Into the Blue Eyes. And Waboku will save your monsters. And Fissure gets rid of the Blue Eyes. Atem is able to go all in with his attack here. That's Atem's Ace Monster Blackluster Soldier. Seto's Ace Monster is, of course, the Dragon Master Knight. He also has the Rabid Horseman, which is a big one. Either way, BLS is getting the kill here. Not a hard win for Atem. Beating the winner of Millennium Dawn. Run it back. They are on the same side. They're both God Killers. He does draw a BLS in his opening hand. Searches the BLS, naturally. And he's getting it off. First turn, again. Monster Reborn on the Senju, which is interesting. Negate attack will save him for now. He needs to draw something good. That's not very good at all. Fissure takes out the Senju. Not great, but I guess what else are you gonna do? Like, Goddess with the third eye can't really do anything without a fusion card. Not a tribute monster, not gonna do anything except protect your life points. He needs a fusion card and a fusion substitute, or a one tribute card, which I don't know if he has one in his deck. Heavy Storm is good, but not enough. Takes out the Waboku and the Cylinder. Yeah, he needs to get the Soul Exchange off to have a chance. They're both bricking right now, but it doesn't matter because Atem has a big monster on the field. That's not going to do it. The better play would have just to leave that in your hand, honestly, because that could win you the duel if you draw the right thing. See? That's all I'm saying. A bit of a misplay from Seto. But it seems like Atem has his number. Almost like he was fated to win. Oh, and the freaking Fusion Gate, man. It was just... It's all coming at the wrong time for Seto. That's okay. He won the last one. He doesn't have to pull his weight in this one. Atem will take over. That's fine. Now, next is Jabel, the number 2 seed, because of his amazing win rate in Millennium Dawn. where he got second place, only to Priest Seto, against Odeon, who is, of course, Merrick's brother. A god killer versus a god killer. Ignore that. Okay, where's my Odeon picture, huh? I don't have an Odeon picture. Are you sure? I didn't make one? I have an Odeon bottom picture. Not very helpful. Okay, hold on. I am going to reverse the pictures for this first duel. You'll know who's who because one of them has a ton of traps and the other does not. Gebelk has a bird deck, which he did very well with a bird fusion deck. Whereas Odeon has this trap monster deck. He also has a Metal Reflect Slime, which is a card that he and Merrick would both use in their decks. Odeon has not been given the Egyptian God Slime like Merrick has, but they definitely built their decks together, and that was a card that they both had in common and used. Skullbird and Crimson Sunbird have gone off pretty impressive with the Mystical Sheep and the Fusion Gate combo. I mean, this guy's pretty good. Magic Jammer discarding the Trap Jammer. He's got the trap monsters and the Massive Darkness. It's an interesting duel. I like these decks. I like what's going on here. His boss monsters include Mavelus, Skullbird, Punished Eagle, and Crimson Sunbird. 3 of each. Has the Mystical Sheep, so could go into another fusion if you draw into it. Which is not hard to do when your deck is so full of those monsters. That Feather Duster is huge. That might have won you the duel. That's the exact card you needed. And look at that. Gets rid of Stronghold, Swords, Anubis, Trap Jammer, and Metal Reflect Slime. Beautiful. Odeon needs another Reflect Slime, or a Mirror Force, or something. That trap better be enough. I don't know if it will be. Follow in for the Sunbird, just in case, and gets the kill. I mean, there's a reason this guy's done this well. His old deck was almost this good. Like, it's good stuff. He has the Niwatori. I mean, come on, how can you beat that? 5 traps to start off the duel for Odeon. Pot of Greed into Fusion Gate. Fusion Gate will fuse the Niwatori with the Mystical Sheep into the Punished Eagle. Look at that, he has Crush Card Virus. What a deck. What a deck. What does he even have that goes with Crush? Oh, I remember. It's the, like, Temple of the Bones. Different than Temple of the Kings, mind you. We may see Odeon's boss monster now that he has that. Fusion Sage will search the poly. Not very useful in this scenario, to be honest. We'll take the embodiment of Apophis out and get his Skull Redbird back. Was that really... Oh, yeah, I guess so. That was the last store where you had the other one. Right, I remember. And he does get his boss monster off, the Mystical Beast of Circuit. It, of course, gains 500 attack for every monster it destroys. Pretty good ability. He has the Wings of Wicked Flame that will not fuse unless he has the other one, and that will not be enough to beat over the circuit either way. This is looking very bad for Gebelk, and that is huge. The magic reflector is huge there. There's the Temple of the Skulls with the Crush card! He got the combo! Ooh, which destroys every single copy of his boss monster, by the way. Then your opponent can destroy up to 3 monsters with 1500 or more in their deck. Ooh. He got the Gear Golem up. It's a card. It's a hand full of fusion, but no fusion materials. Wings of Wicked Flame, of course, fuses with... Where is it? High Hone to get Marvelous, the worst fusion in the deck. That was an interesting use of Mask of Darkness, not using that to take back your, I don't know, Meta Reflect Slime, for example. Or... This is a poly, interesting set. I guess it's a decoy because your hand is just full of fusion. It's a terrible brick for Gebel. There's another Temple of the Skulls. Even after the Crush card, taking out every monster from the deck with 1500 or more attack, Gebelk is doing nothing. Actually, the bait worked. And the Mask of Darkness is not big enough to get over the Temple of Skulls. That's another counter for the Temple, but it doesn't really matter because he doesn't have his card that goes with it. He's destroyed everyone with Crush Card Virus. There is a Skull Red Bird with the 2 follow wins. It's like we're back in Legend of the Blue Eyes format. Takes out the Stronghold, the Moving Fortress. It's a crazy card. Oh, Magic Jammer's the Harpies. That's a huge Magic Jammer. Harpies is the one card that immediately beats Odeon. Temple of the Skulls will beat over. He needs a Metal Reflect Slime. He needs his boss monster, which is gone now. That Crush card was genuinely so devastating. There's a Takuhi. I believe Takuhi fuses with Skull Redbird, but he doesn't need it. Oh, sorry, I meant Temple of Skulls. Easily could do that fusion. I personally would. It's more useful than, yeah, because, exactly, that's why. Because if you did the fusion, you would have had a 1900, and it wouldn't have been able to get beat by that. Granted, it won't matter a lot, because you have that hugely buffed Skull Redbird. Faith Bird will get Zomud. Holly into the Crimson Sunbird, making your Skull Redbird even bigger. That trap could save him. I'm gonna be honest, that trap could save him. Follow Wind on the Sunbird, make it even bigger. You need a 3k? No. Odeon's out. He put up a fight. Don't get me wrong, he put up a fight. Good job. Gebelk, however, he's the one to move on. Ignore that the faces were in the opposite spots the whole time. I forgot to move them. Okay, Kisara versus Bobasa. Kisara, the spirit of the blue eyes. Bobasa. Hold on, I gotta ban this guy. Slash ban. Get out of my face. What do you mean join Twitch today? I'm streaming. Hold on, gotta ban this guy on my phone. You got the Wolf Axe Wielder. Banger. Bunch of greed cards. Her boss monster is the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon, of course. Pretty crazy card. And gets his boss monster off, the Garnecia Elephantis. Much easier to summon than the Blue Eyes Shining Dragon. Into the Blue Eyes, into the trap hole. The Troop Dragon will bring another Troop Dragon. He has the Bazoo. The Bazoo can get real big. He has a big beast deck. She has the Summoner of Illusions and the Shining Angel. So this is meant to be able to get out the Ultimate Dragon for the Shining Dragon, which actually worked. It gets destroyed, which is fine, because now the play... Oh, the Monster Reborn's in the grave too, huh? Okay, well, I mean, it was a good plan. It almost worked. Bazoo will gain the attack. Just for fun. Summoner of Illusions can't do anything. I love that she tried it, though. I love that she did it. Twin-headed Behemoth is not enough to win the duel. Stamping Destruction will take out... Oh, rough. As if you ever had a chance. Bobasa doesn't usually do very well, so that, I mean, good for him. There's the Bubonic Vermin. And Garnecia Elephantis, the boss monster, with the kill. Very impressive showing by Bobasa. These two are very similar in seed. Kisara is seed 15, Bobasa is seed 18. Granted, Kisara's deck was very different until this tournament, as with most of the duelists from the past. Most of the god killers from ancient Egypt. Also, Seto being out of the tournament also means that his god card is out of the tournament, which is interesting. Draws into the poly with the goddess in hand. And Summoner of Illusions with... Okay. Doesn't get the Summoner off. Close. Very close. Could have got it off and then reborned it. If you draw blue... Ooh. Wait. Okay, never mind. I was thinking you would revive the Summoner of Illusions, but that wouldn't do the flip effect anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is the goddess. Yeah, I mean, getting the Blue-Eye Shining Dragon out is a rough task. Like Priest Seto, she has a tough boss monster to summon. Giant Rat will bring out something good. Another Giant Rat, that's pretty good. I was right. Those twin-headed behemoths and troop dragons can't stall forever, especially not with Gaia power on the field. Wow. Obasa is serious about this god acquisition. This has been his goal from the start, is to protect the Millennium items and the god cards. That is what he is for, as one of the keepers of the Millennium items of the past. Obasa 2-0's Kasara. Next up. Oh, ignore that. Next up. It's going to be Queen Aether. Aether? I don't know how to say her name. I know I named her. I came up with the name. I don't know how to say it. I should look into that. Aether? Like, I feel like Aether sounds better. I don't know. I'll try to call her Aether and also try to figure out how to say it. Speaking of people I don't know how to say their names, she's up against Aknim Kanan. Aknim Kanon. Aknem Kanon. I just don't remember, to be honest. Queen Aether, formerly known as Yami Miho. Starting off the duel, Aknem Kanon with Spring of Rebirth. Oh, what? Hold on, that's Kasara. Ignore that Raigeki in her hand. I don't know why I'm so off on making this duel specifically happen. Maybe because I already messed it up the first time, so it like made the second time more likely to have a mess up, you know? The rhythm was thrown out of whack, and thus it no longer became muscle memory. A very bricky hand that could also end up summoning her boss monster very easily. Interesting. That's the Susa Soldier. Pretty good. Pretty good card. Will Spring of Rebirth will trigger. I'm not sure why you're Gemini elfing. I guess just for the life point damage. When you know Susa Soldier's gonna take it out, but that's fine. Soul Exchange is not very good against spirit monsters, which you can see this deck is full of. And a Pot of Greed and a Graceful. Rough. The Bottomless is good and would take care of the Susa Soldier. That's big to get rid of. This Soul Exchange and these Cosmo Queens are going to end up being bricks this duel. Waboku will buy you a turn. There's another Susa Soldier. You are not Wabokuing. That's honestly fair. I wouldn't either. Discarding for turn the Otohime. That's very fair. Monster Reborn on the Gemini Elf. I think I would have saved that. Try to get the Cosmo Queen out so I can beat over the Susa Soldier. But you do have a Waboku. Which now is definitely the time to use, yeah. Saves your Gemini Elf. If you get a good draw, you can get another monster on the field. And get your Cosmo Queen out due to Ultimate Offering. Will you get lucky? You do. That's huge. Scapegoat, pretty good defensive maneuver. I assume both will attack and then the Cosmo Queen will come out. No, I guess you're saving it. Okay, that was Interesting. Oh, can you only do it during your opponent's battle phase, I think? Okay. Yes, your opponent's battle phase. My bad. Inaba White Rabbit will direct attack. And the Dark Hole, taking out your own Inaba White Rabbit, was interesting. I would have timed that differently, personally, but that's just me. That's a brick. And the Sousa Soldier's still not outed. Yikes. Granted, these two are on the same side. They're both God Killers. So it is okay if Queen Aether loses. The Raigeki won't even do much against this deck. It's kind of brutal right now. Oh, that's going to leave them on the field. That's going to leave them on the field. And you discarded the Yada? That was a interesting play. You could have won. If you played that Yada, you could have won the duel. I hope you know that. Sousa Soldier gets Raigeki'd because now these cards can actually be outed now that they don't stay on the field. They can also be soul exchanged, which will be important for Ultimate Offering. This card's a Hinokago Tsuchi. MST will take out that card and have the other one returned to hand, which is pretty important for this. Asura Priest into the Magician of Faith. Magician of Faith searches the Reborn that can bring back Cosmo Queen. That's pretty big. And it will. No Cold Wave use. I figured that's why I said you should use Cold Wave, and by said I mean thought. Well, I said no Cold Wave use, so I guess that's close enough. This does get you a Cosmo Queen. There's the Cold Wave use. And you will not Cosmo Queen. That was an interesting Cold Wave. Moth gets Raigeki, okay. I think I would have taken the Reborn back, honestly, but I guess the Raigeki's pretty good. Takes out whatever that is. Is that the reason you set that, is for the Raigeki? Oh, but in the Cosmo Queen with the Soul Exchange. Okay, that's good. It's an interesting duel. I like this. Sets a card. Ooh, that's Fushi no Tori. Classic. MST takes out the Magic Jammer. Pretty neutral interaction, honestly. That's the God card. That's her God card, Obelisk the Tormentor. If she gets that out, she can do anything. Which she easily could when she has Offering. Actually, she can't really use Offering much. She can use Offering once. Interesting. Asura Priest takes out the Magician of Faith. Searches the MST. Okay. If you took back Monster Reborn, you could have summoned Obelisk. That's all I'm saying. If you draw a monster here, you can summon. Okay. She doesn't need Obelisk here. Takes out the Offering. Fine. Fair. Only Cosmo Queen can attack. Dark Elf is just life points at this point. Just a glorified attack mode shield. Which is pretty good. Attack mode is dangerous, but you got an Asura Priest off the field at the very least. I would have put Witch in defense mode. considering your life points. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that'll win you the duel. Okay, good game. That's why I would not have put that in attack mode. That's all I'm saying. It was close. Lagivia was close. It was a good duel. Aether lost. Aether is the number 7 seed. Aknam Kanan is the number 26 seed. However, his deck is severely different to his older deck. Not even similar. Spirit monsters were not taking back then. Okay, they removal each other. Speaking of, it's just a bunch of 1-for-1s. And then a full board of cards. Maybe a trap hole, yep. Hot lets you draw 2 cards into the White Rabbit. I wonder what you have set there. Maybe an Otohime? Yep, it is. I knew it. I'm so smart. White Rabbit attacks directly. Neo can't do anything about that, but we'll be able to attack directly next turn. If all there's a face down, but if all he has is a Noble White Rabbit, he's screwed. He could Cosmo Queen here. She's not going to. She wants to go for the maximum life points. She will have to get through Scapegoat first. Now you put the Witch in defense mode? Interesting. I guess she learned from her last game? Kind of funny. Oh, wait, why'd you do that? And got pitched the Monster Reborn? Why would you do that? That was terrible play all around. Are you throwing after she threw for you last game? Why'd you... Okay, don't worry about it. There's the Cosmo Queen. Searches the Gemini Elf. Okay. Aether wins Duel 2. And she's definitely the favorite for Duel 3, I'll tell you that. Those spirit monsters are tough to use. Especially when you have a deck full of them. He does get the Spring of Rebirth turn 1. That's a good sign based on last time he did that. Raigeki immediately is a little bit of overkill. Yeah, definitely didn't need to do the Raigeki. But sure, whatever. I guess if it makes you happy. Dark Elf, Tribute to the Doom, pitching the Cold Wave to get rid of the Otohime. Dark Elf into the life points directly. Does put Aether ahead. He has nothing. Aether gets a straight shot to the finish. Pot of Greed just cements that further. Ooh, into an obelisk. Into an obelisk. Could you imagine? It'd be so perfect. Why? Why does she hate me like this? Whatever, she won. Easily. Not even close. I guess it didn't matter what she did. 2-1. Next up, Yami Kane versus Shimon Moran. That Shimon Moran guy looks sort of familiar. I wonder why. Anyway, let's ignore it. Heavy Storm will be taking out the Bottomless and the Jar of Greed. Why didn't you chain Jar of Greed? The world may never know. Raigeki on the Skelligel, kind of funny. Kind of. Swords will protect him. Skelligel will draw him a card. Plays the Ancient Jar, classic. What a card. Jar of Greed to draw a card. Maneater Bug will take out the Skelligel. And Ancient Jar was not strong enough to beat over the Maneater Bug. Plays another one. And Morphing Jar! Check that hand out. Had an Exodia piece in it. What's that all about? Chungshang Mirror. Gets rid of spirit monsters. Would have been good in that last duel, huh? Backup Soldier gets the Exodia piece and the Ancient Jar back. Potts grabs 2 cards. Alright, look at that hand. How could he lose? Oh, gets rid of the Penguin Soldier. That would have been huge. Would have got rid of the Summoned Skull with the axe. And that's game. Duel 1 goes to Kane, and it's not even close. Kane not part of the God Killers. Shimon is. Gets rid of 2 jars with Graceful. Possessed Dark Skull with the insane buffs. This is a 29. Oh, and it's gone. And it's gone. Red Eyes, Possessed Dark Soul, it's back. And Versago. And Fusion Gate will be very helpful with those Red Eyes if you can get a Summon Skull. Ooh, those are some good monsters. Some good cards for Shimon there. Does do the Fusion Gate. I forgot about the Versago, to be honest. Does Fusion Gate the Black Skull Dragon. Naturally. Penguin Soldier will get rid of it. Did he forget? Just attacking with the worst monsters you can, honestly. And does it again. Because the Versago was allowed to live. That is a second Black Skull Dragon. And it's banished. Oh. There's only one left in the deck. Into the ominous fortune telling. Tried monster cards, not the play. But, I mean, those Slate Warriors are strong. Those are hard to out. There's not a lot Kane can do. The Ryoku can help with one of them. Yeah, that's not going to do much. Looks like it's a 1-1 for now. Showing they both can do things. Shimon should not be counted out. The number 10 seed Yami Kane against the number 23 seed Shimon Moran. If you can get a fusion card, there's a dragon for you. A Black Skull Dragon. Wait, what? Yeah. Why'd I like forget what that card was called for a second? I went to go check. I'm like, Black Skull Dragon? Is that what the card's called? Yeah. Sure is. Heavy Storm taking out the negate attack. Not that worth it. Tributes for the Summon Skull that will take out the Slate Warrior with a cost of 500 attack, making your Summon Skull more of a Cursive Dragon. That's probably an Ancient Jar. Oh, it's way worse of a jar. That was huge. Some pretty good traps there. Some really good support cards. The Fusion Gate is too little too late. Oh, that was the boss monster. If you saw it. And a Pot of Greed. There it is, the boss monster. Legendary Exodia Incarnate. Feng Sheng Mirror is essentially a dead card. Which is funny. Penguin Soldier will go off. Very nice. Just looks at the hand. I'm sorry? That's the funniest Solemn Judgment I've ever seen. That's so funny. Oh, you got rid of the Morphing Jar. Ooh. That hurt. Your hand better be really freaking good if you're getting rid of the Morphing Jar. 7 tools negates the Jar of Greed. And just like that, your life points are dangerously low. It could go either way. Swords is very helpful in this situation. Dark Hulk clears the field. It was a Penguin Soldier, so pretty good Dow, honestly. Slate Warrior gets bottomless. Pretty good bottomless use. Versago in attack mode. Does not get axed. That's being saved, I guess. Life points go back up due to Upstart Goblin. Tomato. Penguin Soldier will return the tomato and itself. That may be Penguin Soldier again. Oh, you better hope it's not Penguin Soldier. Yep. Figured. Kind of bad play attaching that axe. But, you know, what are you gonna do, I guess? There is that card again. It was not a monster card. Again. Ominous Fortune Telling, I believe it's called. I'm so good at this. Scoundrel draws a card. You got so lucky there for the monster card. That's funny. Magic Drain on the Graceful. This is gonna let you discard 3 cards. Oh, never mind. You have, like, a bunch of Exodia pieces. Is that why you're... I think he has a bunch of Exodia pieces, and he's trying to win with Exodia, which is funny, because that's not what his deck is for. Spell cards! Yeah, Mirror Force will take out the tomato. Pretty good use of that, honestly. All things considered. Cannot fusion 2 Versagos, sadly. Why do you keep choosing the Versago? Are you serious? Oh, it's random. Okay. You keep getting so lucky, man. And that's a win. Okay. You know what? He tried. He shouldn't have gone for that Exodia win, though. That was a little much. Which I assume is what he was doing. Yeah, Yami Kane wins 2-1. Next up, Bakura versus Ashizu. This is the first time seeing a Shizu duel. This is a Shizu's first tournament, which she is in for Merrick and the Millennium items. She, of course, is who gave the Millennium item to Taya. Maybe, was it the Millennium necklace? Yes, she gave the Millennium necklace to Taya. Bakura versus a Shizu. I knew that. Outs the Mudora with the Mirror Force. Kinda crazy. And Bakura, of course, has his classic burn deck. Bakura, I believe, is the number 2 seed. Let me check. Or, sorry, number 3 seed, I mean. Yes, he is. I forgot about Gebelk when I said that, because he is a very high seed. Fatal Abacus! Banger! Will be damaging him first. Maybe he should have waited on flipping that one up, but I guess it's probably not a huge deal, eh? The classic Doma Sacrifice Change of Heart combo. It was a very strong combo for Bakura. Ooh, this is a great card. Mudora, one of Shizu's best cards for sure. Can do her a lot of good. Bakura needs to burn her to death here. Wall of Illusion is not going to be great unless a weaker monster attacks into it first, in which case it'll do great things. Never mind, it's going to do great things. And he refuses, or sorry, she refuses to attack into it. Pain energy. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. It's gonna be rough for a Shizu after that card. He does get the Asura Priest in, which will clear the giant germs at the very least. Sorry, there's only one, I guess. Like, what? Why is it? You don't want to? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You have chain energy. That's fine. I guess you didn't want the Fatal Abacus burn. Interesting choice, but I guess you do get Mudora buffs with that, and Just Desserts gets the win. Yeah. Bakura is tough to beat. He's just one of the best. For a reason, man. Oshizu and Bakura, both god killers. She gets the Gravekeeper Servant out immediately, which is interesting with Bakura's deck. He does play the Toll, which, you know, now they both have Tolls to attack, and the Fatal Abacus. Zolga and Kebel. She will pay the Toll, she will get Wall of Illusion. Oh, Zolga into... Wait, who's getting the life points for Zolga? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's so funny. But, Ishizu gets the life points for that. I love that. He's milling cards now for that. For the Gravekeeper's Servant. Zolga is back and is strong enough to beat over Doma, funnily enough. Attack and receive will do 700 back. It's a pretty strong hand right there. I gotta say. Pretty good. Crashes with Zolga in order to do 2,000 damage direct. Shizu does not have many life points left and would have to pay tolls to attack. Especially with Giant Germ on the field, that's going to be rough. He does summon the other Giant Germs this time. Mirror Force is also pretty good. Now if those germs get attacked... Wait, why? You could have crashed with... Okay, whatever. He could have won the duel that turn. That's fine. He's winning anyway. Change of Heart on the Kebelk, trying to go for the kill. Or at least go for an attack. Into... That was an interesting interaction. Into another Kebelk, returning the card to Ishizu's hand. And she places it down naturally. Dark Hole. Does that win you the duel? I believe it does, yes. Yes, it does. Good game. I mean, his deck is just so good. I love how interesting his strategy is. It's unlike a normal strategy, and I love that one of the top decks is a burn deck, and another one of the top decks is an Exodia deck. Alt win conditions are fun for me. Next duel is kind of an insane one. It's Seto Kaiba versus Yami Pegasus. Yami Pegasus insists that insists that he is one of the god killers and on everyone's side. We'll see about that. We will see about that. Oh, look. That's something being revealed. Yeah, it looks like for some reason the Winged Dragon of Ra went to Seto and not Yami Seto. Why is that? Cyberstein, by the way. Turn one Cyberstein into Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Kind of insane. Change of heart. Wait, on the Cyberstein? Wait, then you use the effect to bring out Thousand Eyes to take. Oh my god. And then get the. What? That's the duel? I wasn't even done explaining. I had more to say. What? Oh, that's so funny actually. I kind of love that. Okay. Yep. Okay, what was I saying? I don't even remember. Drop off takes out the battle axe. So yeah, Seto has the Winged Dragon of Ra. It is unknown as to why Seto has the Winged Dragon of Ra, but Seto has the Winged Dragon of Ra. Because Priest Seto clearly said that he got the Winged Dragon of Ra. So he must have given it to regular Seto at some point for whatever reason. Which is very interesting. Which means Priest Seto being out is not one of the God card holders being out. Soul Exchange will bring out the Blue Eyes. That was a terrible move. You obviously knew that was a Blue Eyes. Why are Pegasuses just so bad at dueling, man? I mean, granted, last duel was pretty sweet. Like, that was pretty awesome. Can't lie. It's for the Sonic Bird for the Paladin of White Dragon. Pretty cool, because that can search another Blue Eyes. Why don't you do it? Whatever. Okay. So, 1-1. That first duel is crazy. I'm still thinking about that first duel. That was insane. He really took the Cyberstein instead of the Blue Eyes Ultimate. And then brought out the Thousand Eyes Restrict to take the Blue Eyes Ultimate for the kill. That's so crazy. I loved it. I loved it. It was so cool. It caught me so off guard. I was not expecting that. It's two decks that run rituals, which is funny. There are a lot of rituals in the Millennium Dawn tournament. I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe there were some rituals in that, like a super war lion or whatever. Anyway, here's the Paladin White Dragon. Into the blue eyes right away this time. Could you not attack and then get the blue eyes out after you attack? Like I don't see why not. Ooh, that means you have it. Mm. That will take the blue eyes. Kaiba is in trouble. Yeah, and blue eyes gets the kill. Okay. Okay, and by blue eyes I mean the thousand eyes that cook the blue eyes. 2-1 win for Yami Pegasus. The implications of this are incredible. Next up, Mana versus Aknadine. And I believe that is the first God card user out of the tournament. Because Yami Merrick and Queen Aether are still in the tournament. Oh look, you missed Spirit Monsters, they're back. What did you do? You auto-greeted. Right. That makes sense. Gemini F with the book and the Yami will get over the Susa Soldier. So the spiritual energy settle machine does not matter. In fact, it's a detriment to you right now because it made you discard Monster Reborn of all things. Takes out the Asura Priest, which is nerfed by the Yami, interestingly enough. What is this card again? Right, that one, yes. Discards the Yamada Dragon, that is his boss monster. Has the Scapegoat. It will not save him for long. Yep. Discards itself again. Plays the Witch. And just goes in. Sets the Mystical Elf. Good. Smart. Impressive. Destroys the spiritual and energy settle machine. It was just siphoning cards, really. Dark Magician Girl, her ace monster gets bottomless trap hold. And that's game. Not a hard duel for mana. Yet another duel that's spirit monsters versus spellcasters, which is interesting. This is the second time this matchup is in this tournament. Or a matchup extremely similar to this one, I should say. Oh, your discards were crazy. Scapegoat and Bottomless? Those are two of your best cards. What are you doing that for? Searches the Gemini Elf. Very, very fair. That'll beat over the Asura Priest. Good play. Bottomless takes it out. Okay, I guess you had two Bottomless. Now the Asura Priest can attack directly. And the life point damage is happening, but there's just no board control because the monsters are going back to your hand. Now you're going to get back to 8,000 and out this Maiden of the Moonlight, but you have no long-term success here because of your spirit monsters going back to your hand. There's another Maiden, and of course she does the exact same thing. We're going to redo the turn. And to be fair, this is a net gain for Aether in life points every time she does this. Now she can Mystical Elf and Wall Up, or Magician... Oh, she can Mystical Elf and Wall Up. Which then becomes a good tribute for DMG. Which she will be doing, yes. Asura Priest takes the 3. Still a net positive life points. Spirit's Invitation, what is this? I don't remember this card. Oh! Okay, it returns the Mystical Elf, so she can't. Okay. And the 500 she gets back from Spring of Rebirth then become paid for this. Okay. That's pretty good. Don't get me wrong, it's good stuff. Sora Priest also beats over the Magician's Valkyria. Nothing to return to the hand. Witch goes in for direct, pretty good. I'm not sure what those set cards are on Akhnadin's side of the field. It's such a weird duel with these spirit decks. Searches the Gemini Elf because that beats over the Asura Priest. Soul Exchange does nothing in this context. MST takes out the Soul Exchange, so honestly, pretty fine. Now the White Rabbit will attack directly, and then... Oh, you... Again? You... Come on. They don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it, man. Gemini attacks. And with that, that card's getting destroyed no matter what. Oh, Mage Power. Mage Power on the Elf. So that the Mystical... On the Gemini Elf, so that the Mystical Elf gets the kill. I mean, good stuff. Good stuff, man. I'll be right back, folks. Hello. Sorry, I just watched a massacre. Mana 2-0. Next up, the last duel of the first round. Two God Killers. Heya, the holder of the Millennium Necklace, against Isis. Now we know Taya is one of the best duelists in the league. She's currently the number 11 seed. And she has a really strong equip card meta. Isis has Secret of the Bandit. Gravekeeper's Cannonhold. Yeah, she has a Gravekeeper deck. She has Ominous Fortune Telling as well. And she has her Necro Valley. Thunder Nyan Nyan is a interesting Taya card. Or as they call it in the they call it in GX, they call it Thunder Nyan Nyan, which is really funny to me. Ooh, the Soul of Purity and Light, that's a really good card. She can play that next turn. Shining Angel searches Shining Angel. Shining Angel searches Hoshiningen! Whoa, that's a really good one here. Monsters cannot attack face down monsters this turn. Okay, doesn't really matter. That was a Fairy Meteor Crush, so it's a good card on a Mahavelo. Mage Power, huge card. Ooh, Hoshiningen getting destroyed, he really evens the odds. However, I mean, it's over. First duel goes to Taya with her light equip deck. That's a lot of cards to invest in your first card on the field. Let's hope she doesn't have any removal. He does have the Necro Valley, but no removal that we can see. Ooh, and a United we stand. That is a 5,000 and piercing. Wow. It does get returned to the hand, but it does a lot of damage beforehand. And that will defend over because of the Necro Valley. Necro Valley doing great work for Isis here. Maha with no equips will just speed over that. And there is an equip, but for the enemy... Ooh, MST on that is brutal. That would have been such a good card for her to have. Heya is in trouble. That Shining Angel will defend, but for how long? Luminous Spark does help. In fact, it makes the Shining Angel strong enough to beat over some of Isis's Gravekeepers. Destroying the Shining Angel gets back another Shining Angel. Very strong right now. Protecting the Necro Valley is very fair. Thunder Nyan Nyan will beat over. Heya now firmly in control. Oh, I mean, good effect usage, clearly. That was great. Ooh, Pot of Greed is a really good draw for Taya here. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. This is gonna be rough for Isis. Taya brought it back with that one draw. And she's got nothing. That's a win for Taya. 2-0. The Gravekeepers were not strong enough. That was a 2900 Thunder Nyan Nyan hit. Okay, this is our standings right now. On to round 2. These are our final 16. Next up, Yami Merrick versus Yami Bakura. Very, very interesting matchup. Yami Merrick, the newly created spirit of the Millennium Stone, against Yami Bakura, the spirit of the Millennium Ring. Yami Bakura was in the original tournament as well, but not as one of the God Killer squad. He was one of the ones trying to take the gods for himself. Naturally. Both decks have burn cards, but aren't nearly as burn focused as regular Bakura's burn deck. Brings back the Mikura, summons the Boganian. Merrick has control. Ooh, yeah, that'll take control. Takes out the Mikura instead of the Boganian, interestingly enough. I guess it was all about attack points for you. What? Okay, what is this card? Oh, that's actually really interesting in this duel. I kind of like that. Now the new Dory is pretty good. Oh, wow, the Necrofear. The Giant Germs into the Necrofear is pretty brutal. Mask of the Accursed on the Necrofear with 2 new Dorias set. A lot of interesting stuff going on right now. The Opticlops is down. Another Headless Knight is summoned to the field. And he has the Nightmare Wheel. He can do the burn. He can do the burn! With the mask and the wheel? And the Helpolemmer? Good stuff. And the Destiny board. Oh wow. This is a really interesting one. Tribute into Earl of Demise, leaving the Necrofear despite being crippled. Very interesting. Coffin Zeller. Bring me your finest coffins. There's the tribute. Into the Nightmare Wheel, naturally. You did not attack with the other one, interestingly enough. Why? Why attack that one? Why not attack the one that's not Nightmare Wheeled? Huh? You don't want to win the duel? You could have used your Bogania? Okay, well, Necrofear. Rips the other Earl of Demise. Vengeful Bog is a dead card. Looks like Bakura wins the duel. Let's try that again. MST on the Nightmare Wheel. Draws into another one, so doesn't really matter. Knowing you, you'll probably use it on a giant germ and then attack it immediately after. That sounds like you. You'll probably use Massive Accursed on. Oh, I'm really impressed that you didn't. Oh, Nobleman of Extermination, so you will use it on the giant germ. This time it's actually fair, though. Into the Earl of Demise. Takes out the Makura. Two Geroids, pretty huge. Geroid will out the Earl. Headless Knight takes out the Geroid instead of the Boganian for some reason. Is there a reason? No. That was the weirdest play ever. They just don't like attacking the Boganian for some reason. He drew into Slifer with like no cards in his hand, so it doesn't matter. Fissure will take the Geroid out, saving him some life points at the very least. But Merrick has a lot of burn cards, so it doesn't matter that much. Searches another Headless Knight. Headless Knight finally takes out that Boganian. That Boganian was extremely threatening to Bakura's life points. Ooh, interesting card for a Slifer deck. interesting card to have an attack mode and attack with. Takes out the cylinder. That could have been huge, maybe. Probably not. Swords, I mean, pretty much cements Merrick's win. He has the Necrofear, but that doesn't really matter. Oh, and the Mirror Force. Yeah, Merrick's got this. With no monsters on the field. Against Bakura's stacked board. Merrick's got this. Too easy. Why'd you get rid of your life point burn generation machine? This guy hates winning. This guy hates winning. Organian. Is he gonna summon it? Do you want the burn? That's 600. Oh. This guy hates winning. Whatever. The Mirror Force worked anyway. Equips to the Gilgarth. It's a Dralago. There will be a Rope of Life play that's pretty good here in a minute. Right now, yeah, that's pretty strong. Could have had that Boganian burn. Whatever, Dralago will still win the duel. With a pendant. That's 1-1. These two are evenly matched. Opticlops takes out the Newdoria, Newdoria takes out the Opticlops. Rope of Life! Interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense. A 2000 Newdoria is pretty good. You know what's better than a 2000 Newdoria? A 2500. A 2500 Newdoria. Quick work made of the giant germ. Bakura is in trouble here. Not nearly as close as those other duels. Change of Heart takes the 2500 Newdoria. Does he have... He has Necrofear. He does not have the Earl. Painful choice. Brings an Earl to the hand, discarding a ton of normal fiends. Boganian was an interesting play, but I like it. I actually think I don't like it. Why'd you choose Boganian? But Korra's still staying alive some way, somehow. Noblemen will take out the cylinder from both of their necks. And that's game. Merrick takes it 2-1. Very, very good duels. Next up is Parim versus Mayumi. Two god killers. Mayumi with her rock deck, her Magnet Warrior deck against the card rip deck. The card draw card rip deck. Mayumi's strategy is her unrelenting offense. It works decidedly well. Kaiku banishes the Slate Warrior. Rips the Magnet Warrior. That's game. Mayumi proving she deserved her Duelist Kingdom spot, and proving she deserves to be a God Killer. Could she be the one to finally beat Matt? Nothing you can do against attack points that high. When she gets started, it's hard to stop her. Dust Tornado takes out the Set Robin Goblin. and he has a turn. Does not get anything of value. He's gone. Okay. That's a quick one. He was so effective against Merrick, too. Mayumi 2-0s. Next up is Diesel Kane versus Shadi Shin. Shadi needs to eliminate Diesel on behalf of the God Killers. Not Shada. Shadi. There you go. This feels like a rematch from like a really early tournament. Like one of the first tournaments. Hold on, let me check, because I feel like this was the semifinals of like the first tournament. Yep, Diesel Kane won 2-0 in the semifinals of the first tournament. Okay, that's what I thought. The tournament that Miho won by beating Diesel Kane in the finals. So this is a rematch. Shadi lost last time. Let's see if he can get his revenge. So far, no. No, he can't. Both decks are a lot better now than they were then. But that just means that Diesel Kane's was good and got better. That was a good play. Good stuff by Shadi. Good board clears. Komori Dragon does beat over Ancient Elf. Ooh, especially with the Plasma Zone. Wow. That's going to be rough for Shadi. Very rough to try to beat over for Shadi. Especially now when Lajin's on the field. I mean, that worked. Shadow Tamer worked there. That was interesting. Diesel Kane just nuked his own field, which was interesting, to say the least. Shadi plays Destroyer Golem. Mystic Tomato will beat over that, however a Bottomless Trap Hole will stop that. Why did you nuke your own field, Diesel Kane? He's like, ha, I don't need my monsters to beat you. Anyway, here's a 3000 attack summon Skull on the field, and then I'm gonna Last Will and summon something else. It's another Destroyer Golem. You gotta Heavy Storm this. I know that's your card. Please. Disgusting. Shadi, what have you done? And now you Heavy Storm. If you Heavy Stormed before... Okay. If you Heavy Stormed before you played the card, he couldn't have done that, and he wouldn't have won the duel instantly like that. Okay. It was just such a bad play, Diesel. Are you deteriorating as a duelist? What seeds are you? Hold on. Seed 4 versus Seed 13. Diesel, you're Seed 4. What are you doing here? You're one of the best duelists in the league. What happened? Offering will take out the Legend. That does put you down a draw phase, however, which is going to be rough for you. Especially when there's a second Lajin on the field. Ooh, and that puts you down another draw phase, but it does out both Lajins, not bad. And you get to fill the board up, not bad. Maneater Bug is pretty good. You are not going to summon it for some reason. Instead, you're just going to let Komori do... It's a cylinder. I guess your plan is to cylinder the treasure chest. That was the worst Monster Reborn in history. Never mind, you had a reason for it. That's fine. Yeah, that was a really bad play. That will buy you a turn. The cylinder will, in fact, buy you one turn. Unless you draw Trihorn. Just saying, you could've. You don't attack with it? Okay. He deserves to get 2-0'd. Dottie. I'm glad you got your revenge. You're better than him. Easel, you should be ashamed. You've gotten complacent. You're being insubordinate and churlish. Anyway, next up is Miho Nosaka versus Atem. Why does this duel feel significant? Miho versus Atem. I didn't even see that this was on the docket. What the heck? This does feel like a big duel. From one protagonist to another. Two God Killers. The God Killer's doing a lot better now. They're working on it. The Kane elimination was pretty big. Okay. Miho starts with a heavily buffed Gemini Elf. Atem starts with Pot of Greed into Fissure into his Dunham's Dark Witch and Feather Duster for the Yami. That Feather Duster did make a difference. That Neo would have been buffed. Wait. Yeah. Because you're a fairy. I said it like it was an insult. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Oh. Stern Mystic effect, right. I thought they were just playing all those cards. I forgot Stern Mystic actually has an effect. Yeah, Neo does not beat over, so I'm not sure why you're putting everything in attack and going all in. That Mystical Elf in attack was bait. Very good by Atem. Clearly worked. Miho needs to draw one of her removal cards. That's not it. That will, however, crash with Dark Witch. If he so pleases. If it pleases and sparkles. That's... Oh my gosh, they both have two mystical elves surrounding their 1800 attack monster that's light. This is very interesting. Oh no, those mystical elves were there for an amazing reason. That's a Blackluster Soldier. That'll do it. Now she needs to draw removal. She could... No. Cosmo Queen? No, Cosmo Queen doesn't even out this. Atem's boss has more attack than hers. And despite just doing a ritual, he has major card advantage. That's a cylinder and a magic jammer. Yikes. That magic jammer means even a Raigeki won't save you now. And the Dark Magician is slightly too late. It wouldn't even matter because BLS is 500 higher. And there's a cylinder in your pocket. One last chance to draw Mirror Force. That's not Mirror Force. That will not save you. It had to be exactly Mirror Force. Rule 1 goes to a Tem. Showing why in ancient Egypt he was the king of games. MST takes out the bottomless. A pretty good hit. If she could go get both Valkyrias out, she locks it. She gets the lockup, I should say. Mirror Force. Kinda brutal. Prevents her from getting that Dark Magician out. And there's BLS. Oh, she gets the lock off. That's huge. That will defend her for now. And take out most of his field. Except for, of course, the BLS. For some reason plays the Gemini Elf. I wouldn't really advise that. Like, if you played it face up, it would have been fine. Don't, couldn't have waited for that one till you had a better hand. It wasn't just bricks. Shadow spell on Mystical Elf? Okay, could be worse. Stern Mystic outs it. Miho's ahead. Not in cards, but, you know, in field. Yeah, I figured you had something in your hand to deal with that. Ooh, but bricks. Soul Exchange is also a brick right now. Sonic Bird lets you search for a BLS ritual. You, however, still cannot summon it, it seems. Probably because you discarded one of them. Or not discarded, but used it as ritual fodder. So you only have one left in your deck. You have to search it out if you want to reliably get it. Harpies will reveal the Waboku and take out the Yami. Pretty strong card. Cylinder is not enough to do much, but it's good. It negates an attack at the very least. You're waiting to use it, that's fair. Neo is huge. Magic Cylinder. Runabout is fair play. You haven't used yours yet, though. This makes for a good soul exchange setup. We'll see if you go for it. You probably will. Yeah, figured. Ooh, it gets jammed with your own soul exchange. Wow. Instead, book on Neo, taking out the Sonic Bird. Karibo will negate the Neo damage. Fissure takes out the Stern Mystic. Another Karibo. Okay, I can see how he kind of bricked there then. These are at least buying him more turns. I was wondering what he had in that hand. Ooh, that Book of the Secret Art's really making a difference there. Sometimes every 100 matters. Every life point can matter. Doesn't even get the effect of the Senju. And then summons the Dark Magician, her boss monster. I knew it was going to be a mystical elf. I knew you should have attacked with Dark Magician. Ugh. I saw that coming from a mile away. Magic Drain will force a discard, at the very least. A BLS Ritual. Your hand is probably 2 BLS Rituals at this point. Monster Reborn on the BLS is crazy. Unnecessary to do it right now, too. Just putting a bunch of cards on our board, hoping that something sticks. That Yami is pretty sweet. She doesn't play it for some reason. And we know that can't be a magic cylinder. He's already used it. His last turn, unless he gets something, it could be a Mirror Force. The Monster Reborn on the Gemini Elf because the BLS has been used up. It's pretty brutal. The Monster Reborn, actually, in retrospect, was a really good play. Clears the entire board for the kill with the BLS. Which puts them at 1-1. That was a very good duel. Mio starts off with a pot, but otherwise a not very strong hand. Heavy Storm takes out the Bottomless, which was probably her best card. Sonic Bird searches the BLS Ritual. Does not beat over the Elf. Stern Mystic does beat over the Sonic Bird, especially with the Book of the Secret Arts. Waboku will not let that happen. Swords will protect the Tem. Miho up against one of the best duelists in history. Miho, one of the best duelists of the present. Searches another BLS ritual. That at the very least thins his deck out, which is good. Makes him less likely to brick. Takes out the set. It was a shadow spell. Good hit. Okay, that was unnecessary. That was extremely unnecessary. A Feather Duster just for that. What, look at this board. A Tem is in danger. He needs to draw into a BLS right now. Or something. He needs a Raigeki or a Mirror Force or a BLS. There's a BLS. There he goes. He's back in it. Never mind, he doesn't have another monster to tribute. He does not have the required stars. Yami will buff the field and nerf the Senju. That should be game, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, okay. 2-1, Miho moves on, proving why she is the protagonist. Next up, Gebelk versus Bobasa. Beasts versus Winged Beasts. Very interesting duel. Two God Killers. Is that a fusion already? Wings of Wicked Flame and Takuhi? No, Takuhi is with Temple of Skulls. Right, Wings of Wicked Flame and Taihon is one, though. That is, Marvelous. Which will be summoned right now. 1300 attack. It's weaker than the Takuhi. However, it's not the offering target. Oh, it can't even beat over Giant Rat. Your fusion can't even beat over Giant Rat. That's a good trap hole, but Giant Rat's still there. Ooh, and it gets Monster Reborn right back. The Marvelous is taken out. And just like that, Gebelk has nothing on his field. Except for a Fusion Gate. Blueing Crown is good, but slightly under Wolf Axe Wielder. Yeah, Bobasa's taking this one very easily. Unless he draws Raigeki, which I don't think he has. If only you had a crush card. Even that wouldn't save you now. I won you your last match, but not this time. Bobasa starts with the Nimble Manga. Fusion Sage here, which will get you a fusion. Choosing the Skullbird. Also Follow Wind. Attacks with Niwatori as well into one of the Mamangas. Eventually it'll happen, I promise. Whoa, how'd I know? What a shock. Snatch Steal on the Skullbird. No Garnecia Elephantis. But I mean, this is a strong board. Can't deny it. A solitary Follow Wind left on his board because of the Skullbird, which is funny. Takuhi will do some slight work, not enough. And that's game. That's the match. The easiest 2-0 in history. Taking out the number 2 seed. Oh, wait. Sorry. He has 150 life points left. I didn't mean to jump the gun. Now it's game. Now it's game. Good for Bobasa. Honestly, he deserves it. He's been getting some bad placements despite having story relevance from the start. He deserves it. Huge upset. Next up, Queen Athir versus Yami Kane. One of the classic matchups. They never stop fighting, do they? I swear this has happened like multiple times. The God Killers need this win. This is an important one, being that Queen Aether is one of the God card holders. And keep in mind, the God card holders did not know about the Millennium item holders being invited to this tournament beforehand. They were told it was going to be them against, basically, Yami Merrick. No. That was not the case. The Millennium item holders are all invited by Pegasus. However, I mean, Yami Kane just got destroyed. Like, not even close. Unless that's Mirror Force. Oh, that'll buy you a turn. That'll buy you one turn exactly, depending on what you draw next turn. I say exactly and then depending. Ah, okay. That's probably bait. Base. Oh, Cold Wave. Okay, good game. Magic Drain doesn't matter, you're just gonna pitch like Neo. You're fine. Wait, what? Okay, you're fine anyway, it's fine. Great. 201 goes to Aether. Heavy Storm to take out the Bottomless. Honestly, could be worse. He does set the King of Yamamakai for some reason. He does have a trap card, however, to protect it. Let's see if it does protect it. I'm sorry? Why didn't you... Or, wait, the Summon Skull. I forgot you took a Summon Skull. Or you took a Summon Skull from Shoddy or what? No, that's your boss mod. Right. Sorry, I'm thinking of Diesel Kane as King of Yamamakai that he took from Shoddy. Summon Skull is your boss monster. You combine it with Red Eyes Black Dragon into Black Skull Dragon. I know this. We know these truths to be self-evident. That's a crazy Mirror Force. So good to get it out of the way. Crazy Raigeki, good to get it out of the way. On your Aether's not losing much, and Kane is losing some of his best cards. Fissure takes out that tomato without the consequences, and she can just get it back, or even something better. No, she can just get that back. And there it is. The Black Skull Dragon, aforementioned. Esquire. Now, both of these absolutely cannot be fissured, but one of them can be, and then you only have one to deal with. Stim Pack on the Black Skull. Brings the fissure back. That's an out for the Summoned Skull. You're getting rid of a lot of good cards from his arsenal, and you haven't drawn all of yours. Now, you did just brick pretty hard. So, I am concerned. You need some sort of removal now. Ooh, that was really bad. Exact damage to beat over it. What do you got? Anything? Reborn. Okay, that brings you back the Gemini Elf? Is that really the best you could do? Maybe? Like... Because this now does 1600. Could you have done, like, Witch of the Black Forest instead? No, that would have killed. Why'd you just normal Maneater Bug randomly? Well, that buys you a turn. You need Raigeki. You need Mirror Force. Do you get it? No. That still can't kill you. Now it can. Good game. Alright, that's 1-1. There's a reason these two are rivals. I gotta look at what seed these are. 7 and 10. Yeah, that sounds right. Both pretty high. Both pretty consistently good duelists. Both top 10 duelists. I get rid of the Mirror Force. I mean, he has a lot of good cards you have to get through. Why'd you do that and not Fissure? Why did you Dark Hole and not Fissure? That's so upsetting. Okay. So... Sure. Why'd you Dark Hole and not Fissure? Whatever. Dark Hole! Okay, you both have used your Dark Hole. Shadow Spell will out the Possessed Dark Soul. That was a waste. You always waste your Shadow Spell. I am noticing that that is one of the most wasted cards of all time. How will Kane out this? With Raigeki is the answer. See what I mean? He has a lot of powerful cards. Yeah. No monsters on the field. That's probably a bottomless trap hole. Sorry, I meant it was actually nothing of value. What could that possibly be? I don't know. Kane's in danger. This looks like dead. Two to one. Aether wins. Kane is out. Huge win for the God Killers. They kill gods. Except for Slifer, apparently. Next up is a weird one. It's Bakura versus Yami Pegasus. This is another one that would be pretty huge for the God Killers. I do think Bakura will probably win. What a hand! Just plays it all. And immediately plays two abacuses. I almost said abacus. Searches BLS Ritual. Or sorry, not BLS. I'm wrong duel. Black Illusion Ritual, I should say. Just doing a bunch of burn damage everywhere possible right now. Ooh, that was a brutal drop-off, actually. That could have helped a lot. Senju's search is relinquished. Now we know he has it. Both players taking a lot of burn right now. But I mean, naturally, Bakura is ahead. That attack and receive will help. But, I mean, Pegasus has board control. Now Bakura can't play any more cards. Pegasus wins duel 1. Very impressive. Why play card? Okay. I mean, Yami Pegasus has a good deck. He's improved it a lot from the last tournament, I believe. So is regular Pegasus, but I mean, they both struggle a little, being Pegasus and all. You know how it is. Sonic Bird will search the Black Illusion ritual. Drop off takes out the swords. Pretty good. Pretty good hit. Change of heart into Doma. Never mind. Into Cannon Soldier. This also works. This is burn. So, that makes sense. And then you have Domas for the future as well. Change of heart into Cannon Soldier. Tributes for... What is this guy? Illusionist Faceless Mage. Yeah. Not a great card. Especially when you're using it to attack. But I mean, you used it like a Doma. Essentially. Man-Eater Bug will out it. There's a burn card. Bakura draws the Fatal Abacus. I mean, Pegasus is doing a great job, but his life points are low. And that matters a lot in this duel. Ooh, that's pretty huge. Snatch 2 on the Giant Germ. You won't take the burn from it anymore. He might brick. We'll see. That's a brick. That's a huge brick. Pegasus can do it. This adds the Relinquished. One turn to get a card good enough to win the duel. That is not it. It could make you live a turn. In fact, it will make you live a turn. Gives you another chance. But it is not good enough to win the... Oh, I forgot about Fatal Abacus. Yeah, that loses you the duel, actually. Because you played two Fatal Abacuses. Shockingly, Yami Pegasus wins 2-0. Good for him. Really bad for the God Killers. That was the number 3 seed Bakura. Next up is Mana versus Taya. Interesting. Dark Magician Girl duel. Mana did extremely well in the first round. Buffs the Magician's Valkyria like crazy. Buffs the Mahavilo like crazy. See what I mean by interesting? Wow. Yeah, that beats over. Who would have thought that the way you out that card is by getting bigger than it? That's bigger than a Blue Eyes. Dark Hole is a great way to out that card, however. And the Mystical Elf with a reasonable attack stat because of the field spell. Oceaningun buffing Mystical Elf. Pretty funny. And there's the Soul of Purity and Light. Destroying that will only help a slight amount. It's getting close. Taya's in the lead. That'll help. That's a pretty good card to get back with Magician of Faith. Witch of the Black Forest will also help a lot here. Searching. Made in the Moonlight. Never mind, didn't help that much. Dark Piercing Light is a dead card. Mage Power, that's the duel? No, it's not. It's close. And that's the duel. Interesting play. I would not advise it, but it worked. Taya wins duel. Magic Train on the Reborn pitches Soul Exchange to get Mystical Elf. Okay. I wouldn't have made the same play, but that's fine. Wait, so Thunder Nian Yan... Okay, now it survives on each other, but this was only alive because of... Oh, a non-light monster on your side of the field. Right. That makes sense. For a second, I thought it was like there has to be another light monster on the field, but, and I was like, wait, is this surviving because of Mystical Elf? That makes way more sense. It's like if you gave him like a Mushroom Man number 2, Thunder Nian Yan would die. I see. Swords is pretty good here. That Thunder Nian Yan is buffed out of control. Speaking of, it's now at 8,300. One of those is about to get MST'd. Oh, she's thinking. She's thinking. She's like, I'm gonna save this. You don't usually see the thinking symbol on these older duels, but there it was. Those big numbers are making her think. Honestly, I'm proud of her for not just using it immediately. That's smart play. She's thinking so hard about this. This is crazy. They never think like this in these old duels. Oh, wow. Fairy Meteor Crush? That's the duel. No, it's not. Wait, why'd you choose that one and not the Fairy Meteor Crush? Whatever. It still works, I guess? No, you really should have done the Fairy Meteor. It did not work. If you did the Fairy Meteor Crush, you would have lived. Whatever. Whatever. Pay a 2-0s. Impressive showing in the first round for Mana, but Taya 2-0s. She's so good. Down to 8. Down 2. Yami Merrick, Mayumi, Jadi Shin, Niho Nosaka, Bobasa, Queen Aether, Yami Pegasus, and Taya Gardner. All left are God Killers except for Yami Merrick and Yami Pegasus, I remembered. Next duel is Yami Merrick versus Mayumi. Oh, wow. This is a big one, actually. Mayumi could be the one to beat him. He really, really could be. There's not a lot of chances left to stop Yami Merrick. There's 3. There's 3 chances to stop him. And Mayumi's one of the best in the tournament. One of the best chances you'll get. Vengeful Bog is kind of brutal to start with, especially when Miho summons so many monsters. At least they have high attack like that. He does not attack. Oh, it's cannot attack. Sorry, I was thinking of the other card where only one can attack a turn, the Korra card. Vengeful Bog is Summoning Sickness. Spell of Pain is when your opponent activates a card or effect that you right. Garbage. Trash. He does have the Lava Golem, which could come out if he gets like a Nightmare Wheel or something like that. I mean, so far Mayumi is dominating, but this is just kind of how she plays the game. The Newdoria is good. It's not good enough, but it's good. It'll have the Headhuntress or the Slate Warrior. Probably the Headhuntress knowing the AI. Yep. Unsurprising. And there's another one. It's so easy to just overwhelm him with cards. There's the Newdoria. Back again. To out now the Slate Warrior. Why'd you do that? You did it to trick the AI? I actually fully believe that. I fully believe that the reason she played that card was to trick the AI into outing the wrong card. That sounds so right. And I love the idea that that is the case. In reality, it was 2 AIs being dumb, but the idea that she knows how his AI works is so much funnier. Duel 1 naturally goes to Mayumi. Will she be the one to stop Yami Merrick? It's looking like the answer is yes. He has a bunch of garbage, just like last time. Same garbage, different day. Helpo Emmer is nice. She probably has a way to out it. Knowing her, her cards will probably be stronger than it very quickly. She probably has an Invigoration. A megamorph? Why? Is she stupid on purpose? But now, okay. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. Helpo Emmer can't be... Okay, yeah. I see. Thus giving you a second one. Graceful is nice. You get rid of a bunch of trash. Headhuntress is garbage now because you equipped it with your Megamorph for some reason. Fairy box. Hold on. You need to be in attack mode. That was a crazy interaction and I loved it. That was so cool. Wait. Why are you at 3,000 attack? Oh, because of the Jurigato. Okay, that makes sense. Forgot about that. How quickly we forget. The fairy box is so huge, actually. Mayumi's got some good stuff going on with her deck, I gotta say. And there's the Headhuntress. The fairy box is burning her, but it's also keeping her in the game, so you know. She could, in theory, get Valkyrion soon, which would be pretty elite. However, it would be outed very easily. Thinking. We're in a thinking tournament here. Nightmare Wheel will stop the Rock Spirit. Helpoemer will rip a card. Tribute for Judgeman, and Rock Spirit comes out. Okay. Goes through. Michizuri will take out the Helpoemer. That's bigly. However, there's a lot of cards in Merrick's hand that will help him and save him even here. It's looking good for Merrick, I gotta say. Once he gets that Mirror Force off, it's over. There's the Valkyrian. That's so cool. That's so cool she got it off and it's gonna get destroyed immediately. And it's gonna get massively accursed! So wait, that means it's not gonna get Mirror Forced, but it is gonna just stay there forever. That's interesting. That might be better to get the burn. Rips the Nobleman. Not that relevant. Now she needs to get rid of the fairy box. She's on a timer. Coffin Seller does not help. You need to get rid of the fairy box. Stop paying it. Tribute. Yes. Okay, that's smart. That's very smart. Good job. Good effect. Why'd you put that in defense mode? The world may never know. That was a terrible move. Lava Golem comes out. I guess it didn't really matter that you put it in defense mode, eh? And now you need to out Lava Golem or you lose the duel. I don't think you have an out to Lava Golem. Rope of Life? On Makira? Okay, sure. I guess. I mean, that's 1-1. Would go either way. Lava Golem wins it. It's one of the best chances in the entire tournament to take out Merrick. Especially when she won game 1. He drew swords and Slifer in his opening hand, and 3 monsters. It's interesting. It's interesting. That's all I can say. Ooh. That takes out one of them. Swords is in play, okay. But it doesn't matter if you don't have any cards in your hand to power up Slifer. Okay, the Slate Warrior's good. That's also good. Boganians? Okay. Well, you could've... If you put the Boganians in attack while you have swords up, you can passively burn your opponent. That's a little tip for you. I don't know if you knew that one. There's holding arms. We'll hold the arms of Slate Warrior, if you will. And yeah, swords is gone. Kinda burned that swords pretty quickly. That holding arms is putting in work right now. You probably have a monster for it though. That totally works, yeah. Wow. Okay. Cylinder on the Judge Man. Not looking good for Merrick. Looking very good for Mayumi. I don't know why you would play that Coffin Seller. That is a 3100 Judgment. That Judgment could beat a Blue Eyes. We're talking Kaiba cards. That's the strongest one in the room. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is not in the room right now, just so you know. We're gonna ignore that one. Takes out the negate attack. That's pretty freaking strong. And all he has in his hand is a singular brick, and on the field a singular worthless card. Boganian doesn't do anything. He wasted his swords, he wasted his Boganians. Mayumi takes Merrick out of the tournament. She's so good. She saved Serenity and took out Merrick. She's so good. Incredible. Next up is Shadi Shin versus Miho Nosaka. I believe this is also a rematch from the first tournament. Sorry, not the first tournament. The second tournament was this. Hold on. I know the URLs. Hold on. Shadi Shin. No, he lost to Yami Kane. Okay. Has this not happened? I don't know. These two have been in a lot of tournaments together. This feels like it should have happened if it didn't. These are two very plot relevant characters. But I guess this is a plot relevant tournament, so that makes sense. That all the plot relevant characters would be in this one. Bottomless takes out Neo. Pretty good. She did get a pot off immediately, which is also very good. Mirror Force takes out the singular Lajin. And I mean, officially, the tournament is successful now. Now that Mayumi beat Merrick. Right? In theory, the tournament is now successful. And that Earthbound Spirit on the field is killing me. Why do you do that? Why are you like this? That nukes the field, but you have nothing but a brick in your hand, so that doesn't really matter that much. I'm sure Miho's hand is 10 times better than this one. See? Already better. This could be his last turn. Yeah, that's not gonna help at all. That's just burn. Oh, wait. Nah, just kidding. I forgot. I forgot about Summon Skull, guys. Guys, I forgot. Okay. I discounted that card so quickly because it wasn't doing anything in his hand that I forgot he could tribute it. Shoddy is a very real chance of winning this duel. I recently rewatched Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged Season 1. So, now whenever I picture Shoddy talking, I picture him doing the Borat voice. Which is, it's really throwing me off watching this. It's like, I totally forgot about that bit and just never thought about it until I just rewatched it like a month ago. And now I'm like, it's all I can think of when I think of him now. It's like wah wah wee wah is my shoddy in my head, and I'm like, okay, that's weird, but sure, whatever. He just won the duel, by the way, which is pretty sweet. We have a lot of upsets, which I like. I mean, it's good. And these are characters that I like doing well. I've always wanted Shoddy and Bobasa to do well. Mayumi has naturally been doing very well lately. So that's less of an upset, especially when Yami Merrick was literally the last seed. But I mean, beating the King of Games made him sort of the default threat, but also like the whole point of this tournament was that he was the threat. So that's kind of the logic there. He has the brain control summon skull thing again, which he will do. It's a strong combo. It's looking like Shoddy's just going to sweep Miho. I'm not complaining. It's pretty cool. Oh. Okay, that'll help. She could squander it. they've been known to squander it. The AI in this game has been known to squander swords. We'll see. Stern Mystic! Now we know that's a shadow spell. I played a duel in like Legend of the Blue Eyes format, like Yugi Kaiba format. And I used the Stern Mystic in my deck, naturally. I mean, one of the best cards. And I forgot about its effect, so I set it, not remembering it would flip my cards over. So my opponent used Swords of Revealing Light, the very next card, and then immediately sees my entire back row, and I see nothing. And I'm like, okay, that was a really good use of that card, huh? Good thing I had the Stern Mystic in my deck. What a good card. Ugh. Monster Reborn on Gemini Elf, because you got the Rick and Morty vein in your head when thinking, oh, I gotta use Monster Reborn. I really want to use Monster Reborn. It wouldn't be beneficial, and I'm gonna put it in defense mode for some reason, but I really want to use Monster Reborn. I get it. We've all been there. It's a good card. You just want to use it sometimes, you know? Anyway, Shadow Spell. Speaking of which, Shadow Spell was used right for once. That was a good use of Shadow Spell. I didn't know it could be done. Using Maid of the Moonlight to beat over Man-Eating Treasure Chest, and then buffing everything on the field, including the opponent's monsters, because Yami. Tribute to take out the Mystical Elf. You're gonna crash... Wait, you can't. I was gonna say, are you gonna crash the Summon Skull? Obviously, you can't attack with Summon Skull. It's been Shadow Spelled, silly. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Man-Eating Treasure Chest, I remember this. Yeah. That's, no reason to summon that, but I guess you did. That'll just go away now. Okay. Pretty good card for Shoddy. I don't know what Miho's is, but it's probably also pretty good. There goes the Gemini Elf. That would have beat over the Summon Skull as well. That beats over Neo, but the... Yep, okay, Waboku. Could have been worse. That could be like a Mirror Force, we don't know. Better tribute for Summon Skull before we see if it's a Mirror Force or not. Okay, that's not that bad, honestly. Shoddy's still massively ahead. And by massively, I mean he has one card on the field and no cards in his hand. But, you know, he's in danger of winning here. Let's see what this is. Mirror Force? Cylinder. It is the Cylinder. Okay. I figured it would be when it did not go off first thing. And Shoddy 2-0's Miho. Impressively. Good for him. He hasn't performed this well since the first tournament. Speaking of the first tournament, here's more people from the first tournament. Bobasa and Queen Aether. Actually, Bobasa's the second. And actually, Bobasa and Queen Aether are both from the second tournament. Actually, these are characters from Tournament 2? Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Anyway, Bobasa. If he wins, that'd be crazy. This is basically just the exact same matchup, but like Spirit version. This is the same exact matchup we just watched, which means Wobasa should win in theory. That's a great start. Oh, really, 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 really good play. I loved that. I loved that. That was beautiful. Wow. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh is beautiful. Isn't the world beautiful? And two legends. It just keeps getting better. A scapegoat. Bottomless on the Neo. Waboku for some reason. That was a weird play. You could have Waboku'd after you hit the first one to get Garnecia Elefantis out. That would have been pretty cool, actually. You wouldn't have needed to bottomless the Neo either if you did that. Because then, look, you got two on the field, two tributes. Never mind, it worked anyway. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to doubt you. Why is that in defense mode? Okay, never mind, it didn't matter. Nobody gets punished. It's a brick. Swords just in case. That's a pretty good card in hand as well for Bobasa. Heavy Storm will get rid of the sword. Scapegoat still goes off. And will defend his field. Also gets rid of your own bottomless and plays your own swords. Okay. Not bad. So you both have defense on your field. And, you know, wait until you draw into monsters. It's not bad. I like, just, like, going all out with monsters and then, like, needing to recharge with your defensive cards. Anyway, stole her opponent's monster. Queen Aether stole Bobasa's Garnecia Elefantis, his boss monster. He takes it back. Immediately. Gives his opponent some life points. As he waits patiently, now the swords is gone. Does she have a card to deal with this? No, she does not. Bobasa's field is kind of cluttered by his scapegoat, though. So he's gonna have to wait to bring out his other monsters. It does mean he'll have a surplus of monsters for the future no matter what happens. That's very good. The tokens sadly cannot be tributed, so he cannot bring out his other Garnecia Elefantis. Unless he wanted to tribute the Snatch Steal one so that his opponent stops gaining life points. Which would be fair, but I don't think he is going to do that. Monster Reborn is a dead card right now, funnily enough. But I mean, he has such a good, like, paired hand right now. For whatever may come. And I have a feeling that face down set card right there is going to be one to worry about. Oh, that's obnoxious. That could have done a lot of work. Okay. It could have made those scapegoat tokens do 1500. Those are Earth, right? The tokens are Earth, right? Yeah. Yeah, Beast Earth. That's pretty huge. The Witch breaking that right there. That lets you get off a Bubonic Vermin, which lets you tribute for Garnecia Elefantis. Yep. And you do tribute you tribute both the set. Oh, that's why. Okay. I guess that makes sense, yeah. And then you're just going for the kill, I see. It makes sense. I don't hate it. I mean, what can I say? He's amazing. But he has Gaia power. He doesn't need two of them, but he has it. And it's a good card for him to have. Three, he's got a full house. Bottomless takes out one of the battle oxes. Nothing on Aether's side. He does have the scapegoat. It was a Magician of Faith that will bring back nothing because there were no spells played. Kind of a misplay. Darkhold will out the second Battle Ox. And she brings it back on her side of the field. Scapegoat will defend pretty well. And now they all have 500 attack. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like that interaction a lot. The Gaia power giving Scapegoats 500 attack each. It could be used as an offensive card like that, if you think about it. What did you just do? That was weird. Dark Hole! No! Whatever, you got rid of a second Magician of Faith. That was a cool turn. I like that. Too bad your field just got nuked. I don't really know why you used the second Gaia power though. That felt like a waste. You could have saved that for like if your Gaia power got destroyed. You ever think of that one, eh? Yeah, like pretty useful, eh? Tribute to the Doom takes out the Wolf Axe Wielder with one of the Cosmo Queens. That Magic Jammer is a dead card because you have no cards in your hand, but sure, that's fine. I guess it could be... Okay, swords versus swords. We're doing the take some turns to recharge thing from last duel. I remember that. It favored Bulbasa last time. We'll see what it does this time. You both have 2 tribute boss monsters. They both get up to 2,900 attack. Bottomless on the Gemini Elf. MST on the Gaia power. You really shouldn't have used the other one. Bobasa's swords expires first. He does have a Nimble Momanga. That's pretty good. That face down could be anything. A Shadow Spell. Makes sense. Surprisingly enough, her back row is not doing anything. Bobasa is gonna win this unless you have something. It might be a Waboku back there. Do you run that? Sounds right. Dark Elf will hold for now. Never mind. Garnecia Elephantis will win the duel. Good for Bobasa. 2-0. It was a repeat of last time. of last duel, last match, I should say. Next up, Yami Pegasus against Taya Gardner. Now, this is a really interesting one because I feel like Taya's gonna make a crazy mega monster and it's gonna get relinquished. It just feels right. Mahavilo with 8,000 attack is gonna get stolen and used to destroy her. Kind of like that Kaiba duel. Drop off on the Hysteric Fairy, United We Stand, and Fairy Meteor Crush on the Shining Angel. Very interesting. This doesn't do anything. Yeah. Speaking of doesn't do anything, it's back. And there's the Black Illusion Ritual. Now, it's not quite as big as it could have been. But, I mean, it's still big. And taking a Shining Angel is pretty good. The attack does not transfer, which I remembered, like, only after the duel started. And I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna take her giant monster. And, like, that's true, but the equips will go to the grave. It's still a good way to out those, don't get me wrong. Takes the Hysteric Fairy. Takes back the United We Stand. That could be big. It's gonna be hard to out that Relinquished. Especially when you don't have that many life points left. Both of them draw their Pot of Greeds. Pegasus didn't really need his, but there it is. Alright, kind of an easy win for Pegasus. This feels like a good matchup for him. Pot of Greed allows her to draw 2 cards. I don't know if you've heard of it. This card doesn't do anything. Mage Power on Thunder Nyan Nyan. Pretty strong. It, however, will get relinquished very quickly. I see that Fusion Gate. What? Wait, why? Wait, why? Why'd you... Oh, and then you... Oh. Okay, yeah. It wasn't your best turn, Pegasus. If he can just search his relinquished, he's fine. Senju is not the way. Or, sorry, Senju is the way, sorry. That will take the Thunder Nyan Nyan. It can't be Bottomless Trap Hold. Takes back the Pot of Greed, very good. It's such a good matchup against Taya. Luminous Spark on the Hysteric Fairy. 2 Hysteric Fairies, I should say. Why didn't you use both on Relinquished? You could have outed the Relinquished. Are you stupid? Yeah. Okay, I get it. It's like in the anime when they play a card and they don't tell the other person how it works. I guess. Why'd you go in defense mode? Do you know how your card works? Attack into it. Attack into it with relinquished, please. Are you gonna? I knew you were gonna do that. Okay, whatever. That's fine, I guess. There's the Magician of Faith. You can grab Mage Power. Okay. I was expecting the Pot of Greed, but I guess Mage Power does make sense. You're gonna out it. You're actually gonna do it. Yes, okay. Good job. Alright, Taya's gonna win game 2 unless you get the greatest draw in the world. That's close. Not quite there. You're missing a piece. If only you didn't do what you did earlier. Yep. Okay. 1-1. As good of a matchup as it is for Pegasus, Taya's very strong. Taya's very strong. She's historically very strong. That was a huge heavy storm. Enormous heavy storm. Wow. In the Drakmord. Pitches the Scientist for the Relinquished. And for some reason uses Premature Burial on the Scientist. Weird play, but okay. Why'd you attack... Okay, whatever. Why'd you attack Relinquished? I guess it didn't matter. This feels like weird play. Yeah, why do you have that Scientist, man? You're not even using it. Are you gonna Scientist now? I doubt it. Sonic Bird will search another Black Illusion ritual. Shining Angel triggers into another Shining Angel. I assume that'll go into yet another one. Yes, it does. Backing out that pesky Scientist. Very Meteor Crush. You could have outed the Relinquish that turn if you sacked. Okay. Never mind, you can still do it. My bad. Forgot about you crashed. Good job. Now Pegasus needs another Relinquished and fast. That's close. Never mind, he summoned it. Look, he's a little slow. But watch him go. Now when you draw it, you won't have anything to do with it. Taya's winning. Taya's winning. Taya is winning. Okay. Taya wins 2-0. And with that, that's a victory for the God Killers. I mean, the tournament was basically designed to be a victory for the God Killers, but it had a chance of going wrong. As much as Pegasus wanted it to go right, it easily could have gone wrong. Now, we have our final four. Mayumi, Shadi, Bobasa, and Taya. It's three people from the Domino High tournament and one from Domino City. It's some OG characters here in a tournament full of new characters. I think that's kind of funny, kind of cool. Now, I mean, yeah, I'll give you the results of what happens with the gods after the final match because I have figured it out. I have we the results of the gods has been decided already. Anyway, Shoddy killed her. It's kind of impressive. That was quick, quick and easy. Shoddy's doing amazing. Okay, Mayumi is now in the lead. Shoddy has a lot of cards. That'll get rid of the Judge Man. Last Will, that's a good one. Brings back Destroyer Golem. The thing is, Mayumi's field spell is in fact buffing her opponent in this duel a little bit. She is in the lead now. It could go either way. Okay, it could not go either way. The game 3 could go either way, judging by those two duels. I blinked and the first duel was over. The second duel was decided by the time I could say it's anyone's game. Whatever it is, it'll probably be quick. My bet is on Mayumi, but it could go either way. Actually, that's a terrible hand. Unless you draw Valkyrion, in which case it's an amazing hand. I mean, I'll give you that your rocks are defensive. Oh, it's an amazing hand. All it takes is one Gaia power to turn a terrible hand into an amazing hand. That card's so good. Yeah, he has one turn. Like I said, it'll be quick. Mayumi does not waste time. Alright, 2-1, Mayumi moves on to the finals. That's her second finals in a row in 2 big tournaments. Good for her. Next up is Bobasa versus Taya. Ooh. Bobasa versus Taya. Taya is a similar duelist to Mayumi. They train together and duel together all the time. They're both extremely explosive and quick. Whether they win or lose, usually win. Mayumi spends a lot of time dueling and training with Joey, Tristan, Taya, Miho. It's a tight group over there. So you will see strategies between the two of them, between the group of them, I should say. Uh, that has been outed. It was huge. It was only 2 cards though. There's a Mirror Force in return. We're up in another Gaia Power duel. If it's a Gaia Power finale, where it's just a bunch of duelists or 2 duelists with Gaia Power who benefit from each other's field spell, that would be very funny. They could do the strategy of playing the Gaia Power face down to out the other's Gaia Power. It's a classic. Momonga will search the last Momonga, and then Yan Yan will destroy it. Reborn brings back the Battle Ox. That's not big enough to get over the Nyan Yan, but it is big enough to get over the Hysteric Fairy until Waboku happens. 7 tools outs the Waboku. Not bad. Gets a monster off the board. However, that Thunder Nyan Yan is still very strong, even without the extra 500. And there it's back. Real quick, it's back. What's this? Oh yeah, I remember. That's why I didn't care. Oh, okay, good game. Speaking of quick explosive duelists, which is like literally what I was doing. I was speaking of them regarding Taya exactly. Um, she just won. She's good. I think she's gonna do it again. To be honest. Magic Drain discards Last Will. I've pretty good turn for Bobasa, I gotta say. Quick and explosive. And the Snatch Steal buffing the Maha is like one of my favorite interactions. Like when you steal a Maha with Snatch Steal, it buffs it. That's so cool to me. Okay. Oh, technically not over. Sorry. Technically not over. If you have a Heavy Storm or an MST, that would be big right now. That is not it. Okay, now it's over. 1-1. I mean, I'll give it to you. These final rounds are quick. These four do not waste time. Luminous Start buffs the Thunder Nyan Nyan. Snatch Steal takes it. The card that won Bobasa the last duel could win him it again. The offering helped a lot too. And the offering is going to help a lot again. Gets rid of that 2-card combo. The Drakmord on the Nyan Nyan, kind of elite. Kind of some elite play right there. Don't crash, thank you. Oh, because of the Nyan Nyan's effect, right? You outed your own card. I hope you know. But he could have easily outed it by flipping it. I don't know why he didn't. Last Will. Not crashing is interesting, considering you know that she runs 1,000 equip spells. Bobasa keeps his field stocked and ready. Soul Exchange does nothing right now. Mirror Force. That's why you didn't crash. 7 tools outs the Mirror Force. That's huge. There's great stuff going on in this duel. Very great stuff. Any equip card beats the Elephantis. That's not it, but that outs the Giant Rat at the very least. Ooh, does not out the Momanga. Another Elephantis drawn could be catastrophic. It's just Bazoo. Wait, does Bazoo have enough? Yes. Yes, Bazoo does have enough. How many... Oh yeah, because you've stocked it so much. Okay, you're right. Because of the Bubonic Vermin, the Nimble Mamanga, and the Giant Rats. Yes. That makes sense. Oh, Solar Purity and Light. Wow. That outs the Elephantis. Now, Bazoo should be crashing. Bazoo fumbled it so hard. I really thought after that it would crash. Wow. Wow, what a mistake. That's crazy. There's another Bazoo and you made the mistake again. Oh, wow. As long as that Bazoo is there, you're in a little danger. Because if he ever smartens up, it screws you. That's huge. United we stand. Wow. That's one way to do it. You put it in attack mode. What did you put here? Waboku? Okay, I guess I get it. I guess that's fair. It's just, why didn't you out of Bazoo earlier, man? You just let the Bazoo die instead of crashing. It was so bad. That cylinder. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I thought you were gonna attack with the Bazoo. My bad, I forgot you don't do that. 4,900 to the face is insane. You were so lucky you didn't have another equip. Or another, like, anything. You know, any more attack and you would have been destroyed. You have to be so careful right now, I hope you know. Technically could go either way still. 2150 attack and you lose. Gaia power, that could have done it. If you had anything to go with it. That was close. That was very, 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 very close. Taya wins 2-1. Which means the finals is Taya against Mayumi. Which is pretty cool. Okay. Last match. Classic Taya start. It's a card with a lot of attack because of an equipped spell. Outing the fairy box is pretty huge because that can be a big problem card. That Megamorph looks like it'll do a lot of work right now. Trying the Valkyrion's kind of crazy. That was an interesting play. Invigorating it as well. Considering your life points are going to be higher soon. But sure, whatever. Taya needs something stronger than that Gamma. That works. That'll do it. Ooh. Brings the mage power back for the Mahavelo that outs the Slate Warrior. Shining Angel. Ooh, into Hoshingan. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess it makes sense. The Slate Warrior's still there, though. Just a bunch of big guys going at it, hitting each other hard. Naturally, the duel you'd expect from two very smart women in the finals of a big important tournament. Ooh, MST, interesting choice. Did you have anything else? Good harpies. What? That's so funny, actually. Okay. That does get rid of the Slate Warrior. Finally. Premature Burial. Why? It just made you lose a bunch of life points for nothing. I think you just lost the duel. If she has a monster, you have lost the duel. That is not Magician of Faith. Yes. Yes, I figured. Okay. Taya wins Duel 1. He starts with the light monster with buffed attack. She starts with a earth monster with buffed attack. It's a lot of nuanced things going on here. A lot of nuanced play. Whoever wins the tournament, it will be their first tournament win. I like that there's been a diversity of winners. It means that the decks are balanced. It means there's balance in the world. Interesting. That was an interesting choice to do Hoshin again. I don't really... Okay, you've bricked hard. I don't really agree with it. I wouldn't have done it, because Shining Angel searches, and yeah, exactly. Naturally, it just comes back. Your winner, Taya Gardner. Now, let's check on our tournament, eh? Oh, look. Our winner, Taya Gardner. How did 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0? She only lost one duel in the entire tournament, and it was to Bobassa in the semifinals. I mean, good stuff, good stuff. Four people who've never won a tournament before in the final four. It's good. It's good stuff. Now the God cards, right? Yami Merrick had Slifer. Queen Aether, I will just say, still has Control on the risk. That has not changed. Taya beat Yami Pegasus. Yami Pegasus beat Seto Kaiba. Seto Kaiba had the Winged Dragon of Ra. Yami Pegasus beat him, right? But, I mean, normally, okay, so normally the gambit would be Priest Seto gives Seto the God card, right? So if Priest Seto loses, they don't know, or they think he has the God card and they take it. If Seto loses, they don't know he has the God card. Yami Pegasus has the Millennium Eye, so can see that he has the God card. So the Gambit has been defeated, and Yami Pegasus takes the God card, but then Taya beats Yami Pegasus and has already seen that he's taken the God card from Seto. So Taya takes the God card from Yami Pegasus, which means Taya, Queen Aether, and Mayumi, who beat Yami Merrick, are in possession of the 3 Egyptian god cards right now. They are all in the hands of the god killers right now, and they, not only the god killers, are in possession of these 3 friends from this friend group. It's very interesting, that. Very interesting. I have plans. See you next time, bye.